All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is Saturday morning right here with Living Splitscreen on episode 47. Look, we are Living Splitscreen, where we come live to you every 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time on a Saturday morning. Shout out to you all for being here live in the chat. Nothing but appreciation, love, and appreciation. Not only that, but shout out to the audio listeners for you guys constantly staying tuned. Seems like we're getting a consistent amount of people who check us out. Not a whole lot. I would definitely like to see a lot more on the audio side of things. But again, that also comes with promotion and everything else. So maybe we should just be better, a little bit better about doing that. Other than that, though, I also have to shout out to the Midweek Mix-Up Collective for just allowing us to be us. Also, being hosted by a group of great gentlemen. And then, for you guys today in the background, like I wanted to do last weekend, I have some Elden Ring gameplay brought to you by myself. You're going to see about an hour of gameplay, and it's going to be hitting you upside the head. A little bit earlier in my playthrough, I probably want to say this was around maybe a little bit over 20 hours in, and then the other half of the gameplay that you're going to end up seeing, like it's the back 90, is going to be about me in my 60 to 80 hour experience of playing Elden Ring. Currently, I have 81 hours in Elden Ring. It's been nothing but an amazing experience. I still don't think that I'm close to the end yet, which is always a good feeling. It seems like I constantly get more and more of the map that opens up. Not only that, but then when you go back and you're helping out, whether I'm playing with my brother when he gets on, or if I'm playing with whoever else that ends up jumping into the party, because this has been a phenomenon that I've at least noticed. It's caused people to be like, "Hey, man, see you playing Elden Ring. Hey, you got some time to help me out for a bit?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, let's do it." Because at the end of the day, I'm getting nothing but a benefit also from it. I get souls, I get to help you out, I get to remember some things, because I can tell you right now, this is definitely not going to be a game where you're going to get everything covered in the first run through. I'm trying, and I know I'm still missing things. I know there's other people who've probably seen things that, especially from yesterday. I had a buddy of mine jump in. He was like, "Yo, you can help me with some stuff." I was like, "Yeah." Well, I get done helping him with some stuff. He was like, "Hey, by the way, have you been over here?" I was like, "No, I haven't even fought this boss yet." He was like, "Yeah, man." So I helped him fight that boss. We killed him easily enough. And then he was like, "Yeah, man, let's jump into your world. Let's do the same thing." I was like, "Fuck it, let's do it." And we were kind of going back and forth from there. So it's been nothing but an amazing time. Right now, it's definitely my Gotti. It's the game of the year. I can't put it down, man. When I wake, sleep, when I'm dreaming, it's Elden Ring right now. And it should be Halo also, but we'll talk about some of that later. There's a discussion that needs to be had there, some important things, and I want to get my overall feelings across. But I also want to say good morning to the beautiful people in chat. Look, y'all are here on a week-to-week basis, and it's just an amazing thing. Me and Pong doing a non-console-centric platform, covering everything that's going on in the industry, just being us. Again, this is going to be another show that's going to demonstrate to y'all us just doing things off the cuff. Me and Pong, again, have not had time to really sit down and say, "Hey, well, it's been a slow week, so what are we going to talk about?" It's just another one that's going to be, "Hey, here's some topics. We're going to kind of free throw through it." Hopefully you guys got some questions in the chat. I think that's going to be amazing too. This is definitely going to be one of those episodes we'll be able to do a lot of that, I feel like, personally. But who knows? We can go on a rant about anything that we end up choosing to talk about for the next hour and a half and plus, because you're at least going to get 3 hours out of us for sure. But with that being said, I do have to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen, as I like to call him, the knowledgeable one, the guy who's been doing it since, really, if you want to call it the beginning of it, as many of us recognize. Pong, so what is going on, brother? How you feeling? I think you're muted, Pong. I think you're still muted. You're not muted. Maybe you're just muted for me. Maybe I just can't hear you. Can you guys hear Pong? Let me know. Let me know if you guys can hear Pong, because I can't hear Pong. It could just be my headset. Hold on. Let's make sure we can all hear Pong. Let me know, chat. Let me know if you can hear Pong. We were just fine. We were just fine before the show started. I got the ready from Pong. Nick said Pong is speechless. We don't hear him. How about now? There you go. There you go. Yes, can you hear Pong now? Talk for me a little bit, Pong.
Ladies and gentlemen, gamers across the world.
Hold on. Here we go. One more time.
It's something on your side, Steel.
Got it.
Steel wanted to do a one-man show today. This is the deal.
That's not what it was. I don't know how or what happened, but I didn't get audio on my side. But you guys were hearing me, but for whatever, I was getting audio on my side when he was talking back. But so you guys can hear him now. I'll do his intro again so I can steamroll him in there. Did you hear me at all through that?
I heard you.
Oh, you heard me. So I gotta do it for the people because it has to be a beautiful thing. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the uncanny gentleman himself, the knowledgeable one, the guy who's been doing it from the beginning, my guy, my brother from another, Pong Soul. What's going on?
It's been a great show, everybody. I hope you enjoyed my thoughts on all these topics that we had today. It's time to go because obviously Steel just wanted to dominate today. So I'm just going to let him take the whole entire show over right now. Look, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, gamers. Hey, welcome to Living Splitscreen. Man, what a time to be alive. 100%. What a time to be a gamer. My God, literally having a game, a generational type game like Elden Ring come along this early in 2022 is something special. Again, Souls fans have been clamoring for it. Souls fans have been telling us this is going to be great. Obviously, that's not to be denied. From Software are masters at their genre. Okay, there is without a doubt. Even prior to Elden Ring, they had created the Souls genre. They were doing their thing, right? So, but to have it drop in our laps, and for people like myself who weren't Souls fans, outside of, I love From Software, I love their aesthetic, I love all of that. But to have it drop and to cast a net out and to grab all of these new fans into this genre with this open world. Brother, again, I don't know if you've heard, brother, but there's a new saying going around in the community that I'm hearing more and more people say.
What's the saying?
And I think it really fits, and I don't know why, but it just fits. And I wish I would have thought of doing something like this. It's the golden age of gaming, Steel.
Oh,
it's
man.
The golden age of gaming. And
I wonder where I've heard that before.
It's unbelievable, but more and more people are realizing that this is the greatest time in history to be a gamer right now. So content wise, it has been absolutely insane. There's a lot of stuff to play. Look, it's not even just Elden Ring. If you're not the Elden Ring fan, if you tried it or if you didn't try it, whatever the case may be, you got hundreds, thousands of other games right now that you can hop into 100%. At any given moment. So that's the beauty of this. Again, FOMO is real for a lot of people, and I get that. But man, look, again, you're not missing out on gaming if you're not playing something like an Elden Ring, right? You're still doing your thing, right? So you still got plenty to enjoy, and that's what it's about. You yourself and I enjoying these types of games. So anyways, lovely to be here today, Steel. Man, again, I look forward to Saturdays. Didn't have Xbox Ultimate last night.
You didn't.
So this is good, man. This is good. I had one extra show this week. I was on GBTV over on Gaming Beyond the Box on Wednesday night. But look, I haven't had a chance to talk a ton this week about anything because I wasn't on Xbox Factor podcast. So look, this is a light week for me, Steel. So I got a lot to say, and we got a lot of topics, even though it was a slow news week. Again, not huge topics, but we got a lot to talk about, Steel. We got great games to play. So let's get down to this. Let's do this, brother. Let's do this.
100%. Again, ladies and gentlemen, definitely want to thank you all for being here. Let's shout out some people in the chat real quick before we move on. I guess we'll roll straight into the upcoming game segment. And again, if I didn't say, this week has just been nothing but Elden Ring for me, man. So Elden Ring, trying to get back to my work stuff, get that situated. Other than that, man, yeah, it's been my thing in life, as it is for all of us, right? So let's go from the bottom. We're going to go with East Texas Alex. What's going on, man? Nyx, Psychonauts, UK Lad, Doom Reaper, Calantis. Who else we got in here? 108 the Dragon is in the building. Shout out to 108, man. Much love, brother. Who else we got in here? Back from the dead, Nyx. He said, still go easy on Pong compliments. He can't talk. He's so humble.
Now we know that ain't true. Let's go.
Back from the dead, what's going on? Black Card, what's going on? My brother Titanium, what's going on? My guy. Roy Oid, what's going on? Who else we got in here? We have some Just Key. The blue one. I haven't seen you in a while, my guy. He used to be in the parties, jumping out in and out all the time. Figured you got busy. Hyper TTK, what's going on? I believe I showed it out. Tony Grosso. Who else I gotta get in here? Let's go back to the top. We had Boom himself, Mr. Double Barrel Gaming. What's going on? Rescue Squad Cult. Casket Repair. You know, it's always good to see you in the building, my guy.
Hey, we got the most hated man in the world at the moment in
Who's
the
that?
Chat. Vladimir Putin is in the chat.
Vladimir Putin is in the chat.
Look, Vlad, just pull out, go back home with your tail between your legs, please. Because again, we got gaming to enjoy. So please, if you're enjoying this show, do us a favor. Get the hell back to your own country, please. All right.
Yeah. The state
Look,
of affairs
Starfield
right now.
Starfield's coming in November, brother. You're gonna mess all that shit up. Get the hell back. Okay,
Yeah, man.
just go back.
We just did.
It's okay.
We need a little bit of break. We want you to go ahead. Our Get Some Help segment is going to be telling you, hey, go ahead and sit down, eat a cookie. If you're going to enjoy Living Splitscreen, definitely enjoy it. But let's do it on the other side. That's funny. It would choose that name. Only on Xbox. It would only be right. It wouldn't be the online community if we didn't have those types of things going down. Hey, Nix is already throwing the smoke in there. Hey. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So this is going to be the upcoming games segment. Again, we do this because we want to let people know what's incoming. Again, especially in these last couple of years, it seems more prevalent now than ever that we make sure to let people know, hey, there is other games out there to play. You don't have to play Elden Ring if you don't like it. You don't have to play Destiny if you don't like it right now. You're not feeling the new expansion. You don't have to play Guardians of the Galaxy, which shout out to them. It's in Game Pass right now. So if you're not trying it or if you're not playing it, I don't know what to tell you. But we have to at least let you know this is what's incoming, the same way we do with the This Day of Gaming segment, because gaming is art and it should be treated as such. So without further ado, Pong, let's get into these upcoming games, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick shout out to you shouted out the midweek mix up collective.
Yes,
shout out to Wandering Dutch. Shout out to the brother who had a great show with ACG yesterday on the Best Gaming podcast. He joined ACG. They did a war relief effort through UNICEF yesterday. So shout out to him. It was great. I caught only bits and pieces of it because work was so crazy as always. But yeah, no, great show. Shout out to ACG, Jeremy Penter too, man. The man does a lot of great work and a lot of different. Yeah, he does. A lot of people do in this community.
I trust his work, man.
Yeah, and his work, his reviews are second to none. I absolutely do respect the hell out of what he does over there. So absolutely 100%. Shout out to them real quick. But yeah, let's get down to this week in gaming. March the 7th starts off this week, and we roll through the 11th, or the 12th, or the 13th, excuse me, Sunday. But there's really no game launches on Sundays. For God's sakes. All right, so what we start with this week, we've got RPG Time: The Legend of Wright. coming to Xbox Series consoles, Xbox One, PC, iOS, and Android.
Ooh.
What the heck is this? Oh, this is another one of those pencil drawing games. I remember seeing this one. I think it was at the Idea at Xbox show last year. This is the one that's all like pencil drawn, like on regular paper, animation style from Deskworks Incorporated. I do remember this one. Look, this was looking really cool last year. I am going to have to look into this again and see what they're showing. But yeah, that comes out March 9th. That's freaking awesome. I totally forgot about that one. So RPG Time, The Legend of Right, March 9th. Go check that out. Interesting. Very, very interesting. We got Ashwalkers coming to Switch on March the 10th. No idea, from Nameless 13. Published by Dear Villagers. Dear Villagers has published some good stuff in the past. It's an adventure-style game. It was out on PC April of 2021 last year. So, hey, Switch is getting a nice little adventure game there, it looks like. So
being supported.
Still being supported. Aztec Forgotten Gods. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series console, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, PC.
Looks interesting.
This is the one we saw, Steel. This is the one that both caught both of our eyes. Yep. I played the demo during the Idea at Xbox.
Talk
demo.
about that, man, because I came to you. Funny story. I came to you with some excitement, and I was like, "Damn, Pong, this is that game that we saw, or the game we were talking about." And he was like, "Yeah, man." And he was like, "And I played the demo." And you said, because I was excited. I came to you really excited. I was hyped. Yeah. And then you were like, "Yeah, man, I played the demo." And what was your feelings on it at the time?
First of all, very unique style, unique setting. Again, with the Aztec lore, Steel and I talked about this in the past. There's a lot of lore out there that has yet to be really explored within video games, right? There's a lot of African lore that has not been touched that is freaking amazing. I mean, we always think the Egyptians, we always think the Greeks, we always think that we've gotten a ton of that. Video games allows for the exploration of a lot more than just what we know as the big ones all the time, right? So this is unique because this is sci-fi, but with the Aztec twist to it. And again, if you guys don't remember this game, this was shown off a couple times last year. Go check it out again. When I played the demo, here's the deal. You definitely could tell because when you first see the game, it is a very well done presentation. Okay. When you see the color, when you see the graphics, everything is popping off the screen. And it really does bring something where that kind of makes you want to try it out. And so when I hopped in the demo, I went in with those expectations. Now, what I found is that, again, it's an indie developer, right? It's done by Lienzo, for anybody who doesn't know. It's an indie developer. So, again, we always have to take that in consideration. There was some of it that was really cool, but there was a lot of things that needed some work. Now, obviously, a lot of things could have been fixed since I played the demo, but some of the mechanics were a little bit off. Some of the controls weren't as tight as I would have liked them for what you were doing in that game. Because there's a ton of traversal in this game. When you're fighting bosses, you're up in the air a lot. There's a lot of air combat. And that stuff just did not feel as tight as I would have liked it. Also, when I played the demo, and I don't think this has changed, but again, I could be wrong. Zero voice acting. Okay, zero voiceover whatsoever. It was all
missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity for that, because to bring that Zelda style, Zelda can do that and get away with it because it's Zelda, right? Other games, it's kind of like I don't know. I understand it wasn't in your high priority for your budget, but it's very needed, man. Like, my fault. Go ahead.
When you're trying to tell a story, you're right, Steel. And this has a very cool concept of a story, right? So again, it's not mind-boggling, just, oh my God, I've never, read anything like this before. But with the twists, with the Aztec twists and stuff, there's some things that are just lost without the voiceovers when you're watching the screen. And I think that it would have gone a long ways. Again, Could that have changed now? Yeah, it could have. Maybe they just didn't have the voiceovers added in at the time, but I'm pretty sure that's kind of the way that they were rolling with it. Again, budget wise, voiceovers can be very expensive, right? So
yeah, they can.
Voice actors aren't cheap, especially if you want it done well. I mean, anybody could do it. I mean, the developer themselves could do the voices if they wanted to. Right. It's just whether or not they do them well. So, but again, the game is unique enough that take a look at it, try, if it's something that interests you, I would not be against buying it. I don't know what the cost of this is going to be. I don't know what's priced at.
I want to buy it.
So, yeah, are you gonna buy it? Cool.
Yeah, I'm really right there because I was that interested in it last night. Like when I saw it, yeah, I mean it was definitely appealing enough. I want to see more from it because I'm kind of hyped for it. I like the aesthetic. The gameplay was looking clean. I would definitely say look up some gameplay for those who are interested in it because it is appealing, but it does have some. It's had some time to be worked on, but it does have some things, especially from hearing Pong's experience with it, where I'm kind of like, I don't know, but I got some hope. I got some hope on this, and I feel like this is going to be one of those titles that's not going to come out at like a $60, $70 price tag, where it's going to be another one of those like Sifu. You know what I mean? It comes out $40, and it could be a Stone Cold Stunner. You know what I mean? We don't know, but I'm definitely very interested in seeing because it was one of those things. I believe it was from last year's E3. That was very interesting looking. So I'm excited for it. $29.99 at Sony Grosso.
29. Yep, $29.99.
So
I was just going to say that I'm there.
Perfect.
It is also series optimized. So you do, and they say that I'm just looking at the features right now. 4K,
okay, nice.
HRD10,
nice,
and you got 60 frames, and you also have 120 frames.
Nice.
That might make a huge difference in the controls. Because I don't think that was in the demo, right? I don't think I was running at 120 in the demo. So that definitely, because it was not the optimized version for the series consoles, right? So I definitely could see this maybe having improved over what I played during the demo. But yeah, go check this out. It is very cool looking. I do like it. I'm with Steel here. $30.
Hey, that might be that's a good tryout price for a game that looks interesting.
Yeah.
Again, for me, I know the conversation always goes back to reviewers. This might be one of those where depending on who reviews it, I'm going to look out, and if it's one of my people that I look to, like an ACG, where I really value the opinion, I already got Pong on one side, Pong from a demo, and then I would love to hear another side from it from somebody who's actually going to get a review copy of this game, and they kind of go from there. Because if they give it at least a good pass, then it might be a guaranteed cop. It might be a guaranteed cop for sure. But $30, man, you can't beat that with a stick. Especially from new IP, trying something different.
Trying something different. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. No, I'm down for trying that stuff. You know that Steel. So again, go check it out. It's just worth your time to even watch the trailers. It really is. Because again,
exactly.
It's so it does have a awesome freaking style.
I love the aesthetic. I really love the aesthetic. 100%.
Absolutely. Then we've got Chocobo GP on Switch. Steel.
I know this is the game you were excited about, man.
Steel. Oh, brother, I thought you were going to be doing this. Yeah,
me?
You
Chocobo
and the fam.
GP?
1 to 8 players. You and the fam sitting down doing some racing with Chocobo. Come on, man.
Look, I was more excited for the next 30 matches of Mario Kart than I am for Chocobo GP. I'm just saying, man. Like Final Fantasy you're trying to make your way out here. I feel you. You bring the Chocobos out. They are cute. There might be even some people who really jump into this. But for it to be only on the Switch, I think it's developed and pubbed by Square Enix.
Yeah,
bro,
the Final Fantasy kart racer. Come on, man.
This might be the one that everybody needed. Might be it.
that you didn't.
This is
need,
the one
that you didn't know.
This is the one
that you needed.
This is the one that's going to be Mario Kart. This is the one.
Oh God! Some of the screens look exactly like Mario. It looks like they ripped off Mario Kart. My God.
Again, bro. Like my thing, they can rip straight off of Mario Kart. If the game's good, the game's good. That's what I'm saying about some of these other like fighters and whatnot. Like y'all want to be Super Smash Brothers so bad, but don't want to just rip it from it directly. Rip from it directly. It works. It's been working. There's a reason why nothing else can top Smash Brothers. There's still nothing that can top that feeling that you get at Smash Brothers. But Chocobo GP. Hey, if you guys like Chocobos, check it out.
Gotta switch. Look, everybody's getting a Stadia exclusive. It's finally no longer going to be exclusive. That's right, folks. One of those games that you've been hoping to come over from Stadia is finally here. Submerged Hidden Depths, March 10th, coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC is finally getting it. Not even the PC had this thing. This is a full Stadia exclusive. Submerged Hidden Depths by Uppercut Games, developed and published by them. It is an adventure game. I don't know anything about it, brother, but hey, you know what? More content. Whatever. Hey,
shout out to Submerged and shout out to UK Lad. Chocobo Racing makes me want to play Diddy Kong Racing all over again. You know, UK Lad, that would have been the better game to remaster and re-release. Diddy Kong Racing, that's a fucking classic game. That I would play that right now any day over a Mario Kart right now. Like Diddy Kong Racing was legit. Like that had some real potential. I don't know why they didn't continuously read it. I think it's more so because the Donkey Kong IP just hasn't aged as well. Because if you think about it, Donkey Kong is
whose
popular
fault is
character.
That? Whose fault is that?
That's
Nintendo's fault, man. Donkey Kong.
He was a thing back then.
But he's still, like, you say Donkey Kong, everybody knows who you're talking about, right? Everybody still to this day, even kids know who Donkey Kong is, okay? He's out there. Nintendo just has done nothing in a long time to promote that whole franchise and that whole IP, and I think they should, because Donkey Kong's another one of those underused IP we always talk about, for sure.
Yeah. Hey, Nick's made an incorrection. He said, oh man, Daddy Kong Racing is a classic.
Hey, Nix, whatever you're into, brother, it's all cool here, man. Daddy Kong, it's cool. Don't worry about it. Shower with Daddy, it's cool. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. We're good. That's probably the Shower with Daddy's developers' next game.
You said Daddy Kong Racing.
Kong Racing.
He said autocorrect got me. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You got to be careful with the autocorrect. It'll have you saying some weird things as some weird people.
Isn't the autocorrect kind of part of predictive texting? So does that mean you use Daddy a lot, Nix? Just saying.
No, hey, don't take it there, because that might be a whole different discussion. All right. Nick said pause. Exactly.
Next up on March 10th as well.
Game. I know you're so excited for this one.
Everybody remembers the idea at Xbox. Anybody who watched that entire presentation, Workshop Simulator.
Oh,
your fantasies of building things coming true on the big screen. Workshop Simulator dropping on March 10th. Look, I can't even look, you can't even talk bad about these games, because simulation games
they do good.
They do great. They do fantastic. Lawnmower Simulator is doing fantastic.
Yeah.
Look, I caught enough.
There's a tournament
it's just
for
not
it.
Me. It's just like there's certain simulation games, absolutely 100%. Flight Simulator, absolutely 100%. But man, you're going to give me everyday things that I'm not even interested in doing every day, but you want me to do them on my big screen? It just ain't for me, but I know some people enjoy it. So Workshop Simulator. Yeah.
I look, and I understand like the stigma that these simulator games get, but in the world that we're living in today, and we're not even that far in the future, right? 20 years ago, we thought we were going to be in a completely different place. Let's be honest. But we thought we were going to have hover cars. We're going to be living like the Jetsons at this point, which let's be real, we're not. We got a while before we get to that point. What's great about a lot of these simulators, I feel you, I'm right there with you. Again, I'm part of that last generation that really went outside every day, was forced to be outside, but also grew up with electronics and everything. So yeah, I'm a bit of a handyman and everything myself. I'd rather be like you said, Pong. I'd rather I'll get out there and do it. But this does give people a way to kind of build things without the in-person trial and error. Because what can happen is you go through it within these simulators or whatever the case might be. Workshop Simulator could be the perfect game. What it could end up doing is you could maybe, if it's good enough, you could possibly teach classes, and then based off of this kind of software, and then before you know it, or the average individual who can be interested in this type, oh, I don't want to do it in real life, but I'll do it on the game. They do it in the game, and then before you know it, they're doing it in real life now. Now they're good at playing. I see a model plane kit right here. You know what I'm saying? So maybe they start doing model planes. Maybe they start building benches. Maybe whatever the case may be, because no matter how far we get into the future, a lot of these things that are because we used to have a thing called shop in our high school where they taught us everything. You know what I'm saying? How to use tools and whatnot, using wood and everything, how to get measurements and all that kind of stuff. And that stuff isn't taught to this day. You know what I mean? It's one of those things that's been thrown to the wayside. So I would definitely love to see something like this, especially with this whole simulators are a craze, man. People really love these games. And if this can do something positive, I would hope to see it.
Casket repair goes finger loss simulator.
Finger loss, exactly. Lose your fingers in virtual reality.
to that table saw.
Exactly, exactly.
No, absolutely. See, I know where you're going with this, and you're absolutely correct. A lot of these types of games honestly get kids interested in certain hobbies and certain topics as well, and that can produce a lifelong type of real life kind of job or whatever it is, hobby on the side for a lot of kids who try out these games, right? So like I said, I will never put down simulator games like that. I never will. Just because they're not for me does not mean they're not for others. And I get, like you said, Steel, why they are so interesting. They're very relaxing as well. That's what a lot of people use Lawnmower Simulator for, because like I said, I cut enough grass during the summer that it doesn't interest me. But you want to know what? I don't mind cutting the grass as far as getting out there and doing it, because getting on my riding lawnmower and popping in music and driving around the yard, it's zen. It's like a game. It's also zen. It's chill. It's a relaxing time to get out there, right? Breathing fresh air. It's really nice experience. So I understand why people like it. Yeah, I love and cutting designs in the grass. You do that naturally when you're out there. Like you're not even looking at you're looking at your grass going, wait, I don't want to mess this up. I got a nice kind of flow here. I got these nice lines. I got these, you don't want to mess that up. So it happens naturally because we all like that kind of stuff. As a human being, we like to see patterns. That's what Lawnmower and Simulator kind of represents. So it's cool. Again, simulator games are for everybody, but this one is dropping. It's from Intermarum, and that is on March 10th. So go check out Workshop Simulator.
Workout Simulator.
Workout Simulator.
That's a little bit something different.
Well, hey, we've had lots of workout games, so it's certainly possible, right?
Yeah. Let's simulate you working out. Come on, man.
All right. So then we got Young Souls coming to PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, also March 10th. And this one is dropping into Game Pass, I believe, as well.
This is another Stadia one.
This is another one, Stadia, but this got great reviews, and people are saying it's kind of one of those under the radar games that, hey, if you're into this style, you need to check it out because it's going to kind of grab you. So Young Souls coming out again, March 10th. Go check it out. Developer is 1P2P. And the publisher is Arcade Crew. Yeah, I know. 1 player, 2 player. That's awesome. That. Yeah. So go check this out. Young Souls is coming. Like I said, it's going to drop in the Game Pass. I'll be trying it out. I love the art design.
It's a co-op game, so
yeah, it's totally cool. And then March the 11th, the return of a game that people have been hoping, right? And again, I haven't played wrestling games in a very long time, but back in the day I used to, right? So especially with buddies, right? I mean, you get oh my god, you get together with the squad and you just get lost in fucking wrestling. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and then the couch cushions come off, and you're getting chucked around. Oh my god, wrestling games back in the day. Yeah, exactly. Wrestling. Oh my god. Anyways, WWE 2K22 is coming back. It's supposedly completely revamped. I have seen some early impressions on it. I've seen some people go through it because wrestling games generally are huge, but the 2K series WWE fell off hard, and they've gone back, revamped, reworked, took out some of the complexity from it because it was getting too complex. Some of the things that you would have to do just to get up off the mat was ridiculous, and people were complaining about that, because if we go all the way back to the origins, like pro wrestling on NES, it wasn't complicated, and it was just pure fun. And wrestling should just be pure fun. It should not be like a fighting game.
It's not UFC like.
no, exactly. There's certain styles, but like wrestling, like AEW or WWE, should just be pure fun. You sit down, pick up a controller, and only have to push a couple buttons to pull off some freaking ridiculous moves. There shouldn't be all this strategy involved. So hopefully they pull this off, because obviously, again, there's a lot of fans out there who want this game to be good. So WWE 2K22, March 11th, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. And still, that's this
pretty much
week in gaming.
Nice.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, Calantis, I'll definitely shout out to you while you look that up real quick, Pong. SmackDown versus Raw 2007. That was probably the last year that those games were any good for real. You definitely listed out a really good year. I think that is definitely the last time that I played any wrestling game. And that game was it, especially with like the story mode, the career mode that they had and everything, bro. It was in depth. It was intuitive. My favorite thing to me was just the way the characters used to move, man. Like the characters moved so unnatural. It's like when they moved on the mat, though, it was like they moved side to side. They were like, it was really like, it was one of those things that was super iconic back in the day. Which I really hope that they reiterated on that too. If they revamped everything, I love to hear that when sports games say they've revamped things, because you just up the bar of my expectation as someone, and especially as someone who's not into sports games like that anymore because of the reiterative nature of them. It really pulls away from the experience, makes you feel like you're wasting time. It's part of the reason, like, I love 2K. I love playing 2K. It's such an amazing time to me. And it's an amazing experience, but dedicating the time that you need, because I love to put my time into my player. And then after that, once I get accustomed to the game and everything, that's when I start opening up to Ultimate Team and everything else. I would love for those things to be more meaningful, which they currently aren't. Especially with it, again, like we've said here before, with it being a yearly kind of thing, the constant reiterative nature of it makes it really stale, makes it really boring, and it's just hard to be invested in those titles, especially with, you see how games are working now. We're working towards games that are doing 10-year plans, because we're seeing the point. There's no point to bring out another game. If you're going to do similar, why do another of whatever game? Kind of extend it out and to kind of go from there. Not to say the games don't deserve a number 2, 3, whatever the case, but after a certain point, it just kind of become like, all right, what are we doing here? So
exactly. So a couple shout outs for Game Pass this week as well. Kentucky Route Zero is coming March 10th. You guys might be saying, what the hell kind of name is Kentucky Route Zero? Look, This game was out on Switch. Rave reviews, okay? It's got a 91 on Metacritic, okay? So again, just opinions. It's just Metacritic or whatever the case may be, but obviously at a low 90, a lot of people enjoyed this game. This is a point and click adventure game that is making its way here, and so I would definitely take a look at this.
Right.
They describe it as a magical realist adventure game about a secret highway running through the caves beneath Kentucky and the mysterious folks who travel it. Okay, so again, if you're looking for a chill game, one of those point and click games, check out Kentucky Route Zero. Again,
Kentucky Road.
If you got,
okay,
yeah, exactly. No risk if you've got Game Pass, right? So all it is a download. Go check it out. That is coming on March 10th. Lawnmower Simulator, which we already got, but is going to head to Xbox One. So anybody on Xbox One is now getting it as well. March 10th. That is crazy. Yeah, and then the big one, right, Steel, that we got word last week about.
Right.
Look, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is coming March 10th.
March 10th, yeah.
Oh, this is like, Steel. We talked about this. again, I'm just not. I like the movies, but I'm just not like deep into the characters, right? But we'll see.
Yeah,
Again, no risk. You know I'm going to play it because you have raved about it. Everybody have raved about it. People had it up for Game of the Year lists everywhere. Like everybody was saying this game is freaking phenomenal. Look, for somebody, again, who was a budget gamer who could not justify buying it when I didn't have the interest in it. Guess what? Game Pass does this again for me. What a great get by Xbox. We already heard Square Enix thinks the sales are disappointing, of course, because it's their Western division. Yeah, so of course the sales are disappointing. Man. Of course they are. But guess what?
Whatever.
That just means we get the benefit because they made a deal to bring it in the Game Pass to try to hype it up some more again. So I'm going to be hopping into Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy for sure. I'm just happy that it's dropping in the Game Pass. Great get. So anybody who did not remember or did not hear that, if you have not played Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, it is coming to Game Pass. If you got Game Pass, go download it, at least try it out. Because again, from what everybody is saying, including Steel here, it is well worth the time to do so. So
I think, especially if you're someone that grew up in the 70s and 80s, I feel like you would probably have much more of an appreciation for the music than even I did. Because yes, of course, I'm familiar with it. My parents made sure that I was up to date on a lot of those tunes and a lot of that music that came around. And a lot of that stuff is still. It's not like they played anything that was off the cuff. Of course, I mean, even somebody that's newer, younger, I should say, is probably going to recognize a lot of the music that's in there. It's not like they did anything significant, but it's one of those things. Because it's done so well, and again, I feel like Guardians of the Galaxy, and this is why I'm going to tell people to play it, is one of the best examples of how much audio can change a game for you. Audio itself is definitely one of those. If you're at home, you got a good speaker set up, set it up. Put it on the surround sound, or if you got a good pair of headphones, throw those on, and bro, you're going to get lost in the world. You're going to get lost in the story that it's telling you. And that's one thing that I have to give Eidos Montreal to, because, my God, they know how to make a goddamn game. They really fucking do. Well,
from what everybody said, the writing, and you said it too, the writing is probably better than even the movie, or it's right there. Right, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's
from a gaming studio.
It's there. And then one other shout out before we move forward: East Texas Alex said he's going to be dropping a $20 Microsoft code in the chat soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, I'm nothing but grateful.
Copy paste ready.
I'm nothing but appreciative. You guys don't have to do these types of things. I know we've had a couple giveaways here on the channel. Again, we've been kind of hard-headed and adamant about us not trying to buy our way to the top. We want people to really mess with us because they like the energy that we're bringing. They're liking what we're trying to do. They want to see more of us do this type of thing, bring more content out there at some point. That is the biggest reason why we want to get that attention. So anytime that somebody hits us up with, yo, I would love to do, man, it's nothing but appreciation. It's nothing but love, because you guys don't have to do these things. And that's what makes the community so great, and why we want to be able to talk to the 3 billion gamers at some point, even though we might not touch everybody because everybody has their own pockets, right? Like Pong likes to say, every games are for everybody, but not every game is for everybody. It's the same thing as for podcasts and whatnot. It's part of the reason why we do this. We want it to be organic. We want it to be natural. We want people to be able to come into a space, feel safe, give out their opinions, talk, have discussions in the chat, enjoy the energy that we bring, because I know for sure you're not getting this many other places where it's coming at you live, raw, and uncut. And it's not faked, right? It's not, oh, we got to put on a face of makeup, like Pong I could say, the clown show. We don't have to do any of that. We don't have to bring the circus in town to, get you guys, hopefully not to get your attention, or, just bring this content to you in that format. So it's one of the great things I love about Living Splitscreen, and why me and Pong make sure to take forever on choosing the name. So
100% correct, Steel.
So definitely shout out to that code. And again, much love to East Texas Alex. Y'all be on the lookout for that. Keep your copy and paste ready. So
Ray, wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
Ray Oid. He just asked, why is Square upset with the studio then?
Oh God, yeah.
Oh, this is something that
No
we've
telling.
speculated on. It's something that we'll never know for sure.
Right.
Again, without being on the inside, knowing the hearts of men and knowing, and I say men, obviously, because that's a famous saying. So nobody please get offended.
Right. I get you.
I'm old. I'm going to be using those old sayings forever. Okay. That's just me. But again, no, you don't know the hearts of people until you're actually there. Why Square's upper management believes or sets a different standard and expectation, seemingly a astronomical expectations for their Western teams being Crystal Dynamics and Eidos. We don't know. We've speculated about it, Ray. I think personally, my personal opinion and kind of theory on this is that they use the Western developers to fund their Eastern side, their home side, right? And I think that for them, no matter what the Western side does sales-wise, it's never enough because they need more money to fund the Eastern side, right? So they are always below expectations. It's a sad thing that's happening there because as a developer, obviously, I'm sure both Eidos and Crystal Dynamics were extremely excited to join Square Enix. Square Enix is a prominent name in this industry and has been for decade upon 100%. Decade upon decade. So it's prestigious to be underneath that Square Enix umbrella. But as a developer, as a human, I can't imagine pouring my heart and soul into these projects, putting out great games. Putting out Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxies to rave reviews from everybody who played it, on top of Square Enix's bad marketing that they did of the game, and then have your parent company come back and say, yeah, this is just disappointing. This is just disappointing. Time and time again, this has happened with Square Enix. That's why the belief is that Square is actually kind of done with the Western divisions, that they're just not happy. They're not happy with them, and why they rented out Crystal Dynamics to Xbox. Like nobody does that. Nobody takes a AAA top developer with a history of making great games like Tomb Raiders, and just rents them out to another company. Okay. That just does not happen. That's why a lot of people believe that eventually that those Western divisions will be sold off. And they're going to be done with them because again, you just can't satisfy Square. It doesn't seem like if you're a Western developer underneath their umbrella, you just can't. So that's my personal opinion. Steve,
no. I mean, I'm right there with you. It has to be some of that because it just doesn't make sense at this point. Like OCD Gamer just said, it's coming at this point. It's coming across just as disrespectful because this isn't an event. This isn't the Avengers that didn't do as well as it should have. This is a completely different game, completely single player. The story you can tell had love in it. The entire game you could tell there just was a lot of attention to detail and passion put into it. And then when Square consistently says this, especially about Eidos Montreal, who's been doing nothing but good work for them since they've been with them, it's kind of like, all right, what's really going on, man? Like, what is really good enough? Like, what makes sense at this point? And it obviously isn't that. So it kind of gives you just a different side of the crystal ball where it kind of makes me think that, hey, there has to be something else going on there because like you said, Pong, like others have said in the past, you don't rent out big studios like that. You want them to be on their next big project, churning out that butter. Because again, you got to put that work in to even get to the butter.
Reports are that Crystal Dynamics went to them with multiple games that they wanted to make, right? They came up with projects and they proposed them to Square, and Square turned them down. Square turned them down and said, no, you're not making that game. So when that starts happening, then they rent you out. Yeah, it is. Then they rent you out to another company to work on their big AAA game. Again, there's reading tea leaves and then there's a full-fledged bonfire in front of you. And this looks like it's more, it looks like it's shaping up to be that they're separating from Crystal Dynamics specifically right now, potentially Eidos. Eidos seems to make them a little bit happier because they didn't have the failure like a Marvel's Avengers, like Crystal did. I think that was the final nail in Crystal Dynamics' coffin with Square, was the Marvel's Avengers game just absolutely underperforming. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens going forward. It's just really strange what's happening over there. It's really strange that almost at every game at this point, every game that comes from either one of those two
they're
places,
not happy with. Then,
you know for a fact the Square. We were joking about it when Marvel's The Guardians of the Galaxy were blowing up Steel. We were joking about it here and elsewhere that Square was going to come out and say it and was joking. And yet they did. They came out and said it. They came out and flat out said it. It's not good enough. It's disappointing.
That's crazy. Again, how are we so much more in tune to what's going on in the industry than some others are? It's fucking crazy, man. Somebody else said it's something amazing. General Spartan 27. Shout out to you, my guy. I feel like I haven't shouted you out. Anybody notice that on the 25th, 3 big titles released on that day? You got Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, you got Kirby and the Forgotten Land, and Ghostwire Tokyo. Again, another piece of representation. What General Spartan is basically saying right there, ladies and gentlemen, yes, those are 3 big games, but another piece of representation to show you there is something for everybody. If that doesn't tell you that, I don't know what else is. Like, more and more games are continuing to come out that are for everybody. Like, it is insane. This is why we say it's the golden age of gaming. Like, I know people used to say that back in the day. Bro, we live in an era of peak 3D gameplay. It's like, it's getting to the point where it's becoming realism at this point, where it's like, I don't know, especially with the Gran Turismo, which we'll talk about. Gran Turismo, real quick, if one thing that this has done is got me super excited for what Turn 10 is about to bring to the table, because I know it's about to be next level if this is going to be kind of the base level that we got to kind of compare it to. But we'll get into that in here in a moment. Man, it's just crazy to think about.
And just 4 days after that, a grand strategy game is coming to console, Crusader Kings 3 on March 29th.
That is insane.
Brother, we're getting grand strategy. Everybody here, listen to us, knows that my love for RTSs and strategy games and that we need them on console. We are getting a grand strategy game, not just a regular old RTS, not just a regular old strategy game.
Classic.
We're talking about world domination style strategy, some of the most complex strategy game that you can ever find, which has been normally only on PC. They've tried to do them in the past. They've been working on it, especially Paradox, who's bringing out Crusader Kings 3. They've done other ones like Stellaris, which you could consider a grand strategy game as well.
Yes.
This is on a whole nother level. If you don't believe me, go watch the YouTube videos. Look, they're going to have a link. You're going to have a direct link to YouTube in this game so you can go get help.
Yep.
That's coming from the actual developers.
That's accessibility right there.
That's accessibility because they know that people need to be able to do that with this type of game. That is coming to console, which we have not seen in a very long time, if forever, especially on this scale. So for something like that to be dropping also, again, golden age of gaming is here. We're seeing more content, more diversity than we have since probably 360 PS3 days.
Boy.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and we're going to see it to another level this time around, just because the consoles are so capable now. Right. Exactly. And that's the great part about this. So again, off my soapbox, but I have to throw that out there. So again, anybody looking for grand strategy, get ready. It's coming to Game Pass. You can try it out. No risk at all. See if it's for you. That's coming to Game Pass on March the 29th or March 30th. It's one of those two, but I think it's March 29th. And then, you can decide for yourself. But man, again, Steel, what a fantastic time to be a gamer for sure. Awesome conversation. Chat UK lad. I see you, brother, in there. OCD Gamer, shout out to you. Nukem jumped in here. Man, we got some great people jumping in. Thank you all for being here. Steel and I appreciate it so much. Geeker Man, good to see you as well. Don't think we shouted you out before. Of course, Doom Reaper, Awful, Grim Bones, brother, good to see you. We've had some good chats on Twitter. Thank you for dropping in here, sir. Appreciate every single one of you that check us out each and every Saturday, or for the first time, tell a friend, please like, share, subscribe. You know the drill. Business is business. Like Steele and I said, we're on mission 1K. We're trying to build this channel into something. We only do one show a week. We know that's not the proper way to manipulate the YouTube algorithm to get our name out there. Yeah. So we do rely on the community a lot to do so. Thank you all for any help that you give us. We appreciate it. Much love.
Yeah, no, that's 100%. So from there, ladies and gentlemen, let's definitely get into one of our first topics. Let me do a couple more shout outs real quick as y'all dropping in. Lord Roughness, you already know.
Brother.
He says, what's going on? Still a Pong. He said, yo, what's going on? Hyper Fang Gaming. Yes, Shredders is looking pretty dope.
March
definitely
15th.
taking it back to like the SXX tricky days. It has a lot of reminds me a lot of that. So that's amazing. And, East Texas Alex says, am I the only person here that have not played Elden Ring yet? Maybe.
According to the numbers, East Texas Alex, you may be, actually. You may be. Noof backed him up. He said, I haven't either. Noof, I saw you kind of wavering on the fence.
He was.
I know you got a lot of advice from the community. Here's what I'll tell you, Noof. You know yourself as a gamer. You're an older gamer just like me. You know what you like and what you don't like. Here's the deal. I was that guy that tried 4 other Souls games prior to this, said I was done with Souls games. Alls I will tell you, Noof, and again, you got to make that decision because it is an investment, especially with that Canadian money. You're talking about over $100 for this game. Look, the open world does change the normal frustrations that I had with Souls. When you do get into a dungeon, I found myself in tight quarters having the same frustrations I used to. However, the open world is so fantastic and so absolutely incredible and gives you so many options that a normal Souls game does not when it comes to battling something or taking on something or just moving on somewhere else and finding something new, that I think that it is worth the price. It has been worth the price to me of admission, even with those normal frustrations that I get when I'm in close combat, in tight quarters.
Yeah.
That is not the main part of the game. Yes, you will have to go into those spots.
Facts.
But for me, I think it does offer a big enough difference that if you have any kind of interest in jumping into it, I would say you do it. But again, you got to make that decision for yourself, and you know yourself better than anybody else. But the open world changes everything about Souls. And that's why this game is now a phenomenon, because it has opened it up for so many different people. We'll talk about that. But yeah, Noof, I understand your hesitation, brother. I was there with you, like I said, until they said open world, then I was in. And this will be my last one that I try. So far, I'm loving it. And I could see myself playing any new games from software that they come out with that are open world. I don't see myself going back to a Dark Souls and playing it because I already know the frustrations I will have with those games. But anything, if they decide that this is the way forward, that they're doing open world games, I will be picking up from software titles from here on out that are open world. Absolutely 100%. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, 100%. And I guess that we could go ahead with that. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about Elden Ring. Seemingly, Elden Ring seems to be doing unfathomable amount of things. Not only have we said it here, again, I know me and Pong, I talked about in the background a little bit that we had some early anticipations. We were talking the other day, I think it was like, this was the week before Elden Ring came out. And we were like, Pong asked me, hey, what are you expecting for like Elden Ring to be rated at? I was like as far as like a Metacritic score? I was like, yeah. I was like, at first, my first instinct was like 94. I'm 94. I'm gonna say 94. It was like 94. It was like, yeah. I think I'm gonna go with that. I feel pretty good about that. And then after sitting there, I was thinking about it for a bit. We was going through some of the other scores and whatnot, other Souls scores. We saw, I think it was, either Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3 that had, I think it was Bloodborne, that had like over a 90. It was like a 92 or something of that nature. It could have been either Bloodborne or Demon Souls. I could be mixing those up. I feel like it's Bloodborne is up on the higher end of the spectrum, but either way, we were just comparing them to each other, saying, yeah, at 94, I think it'll be the best. And, then I kind of sat and I thought a little bit more and it was like, yeah, 90, I think 92 is really what I would have settled in at, because that's a perfect spot.
It was Sekiro. Sekiro was a 91.
Sekiro's a 91. Okay, so perfect.
Yep.
So boom, Sekiro's are going to be the most recent one. Dark Souls 3, I think, got rated pretty high too. I think it was somewhere up there. So I was like, yeah, I think 92 is going to be the place that I want to fall in at. And I think Pong pretty much agreed right there. I think he was 92 also. And he was like, yeah, I think that's a good place to put it. And then come to find out, the game comes out and it hits a 97. 97 is a definition of insanity for this game, because what you have seemingly done from Soft is make your game not niche anymore. Nobody can look at a Souls game and say, oh, that game is just niche. It's only for a certain amount of people. And 9 times out of 10, whether it's George R.R. Martin or you want to say it's because of the open world formula, and understand this is doing open world in such a way where it's not a map game. You can look at this map all you want to and do not have a single fucking understanding of where you need to go or what you need to be doing. Now, is it overly complicated? No, it's not complex, but it's not like you can zoom into the map and it's going to give you more details about the things around you. No, it's here's a spawn point that you can travel to, or here's this bonfire, because there's sites of grace, but I'm gonna keep calling them a bonfire. Well, now that I've called it a site of grace, I'll probably be able to remain calling that. But you'll have different points of sign of grace that you can spawn to. Mind you, this is more accessible than any game that has ever been in this genre. The amount of spawn points that it gives you, the amount of versatility that it gives you, the fact that you can turn away from a battle, say, yo, I'm going to go do something else and come back. Or if you want to beat your head on a wall until you beat a boss, so you can get that final feel of ecstasy like I did last night, finding this black demon gargoyle knight, whatever the mess he is, who was jacking me up. I died to this man 20 times probably trying to fight him on my horse. I probably did 15 on a horse and 5 on foot. I got closer to it than I ever could on foot than I could on horse. I left the area. I had some buddies join in. They were like, hey man, I need some help in these and this area. So, all right, cool. I'll help you out. Spawn in with them. We'd be off for a bit. They get off. And they got off for the night or whatever. And I go back to that boss, not even 24 hours later. I'm talking about this is like 10 hours later, 12 hours later, me just minding my business, doing whatever else. And I wipe him within 3 tries. I'm using my horse this time. But I completely obliterate this man. And he's on the stronger end of the spectrum for sure, especially in the game. I'm a level 80 right now. So just to give you some perspective, but it took me that time to be able to come back where I wouldn't have been able to do that previously. I would have to regrettably dread through beating the guys before me. And the only bad thing about that is kind of like what I talked to Pong about, because and I think this would be a perfect time to bring this into the conversation for Elden Ring, was Paul was like, oh, you got all these different farm methods for getting souls or whatever the case. You don't think that some of this stuff is going to get patched out? And I was like, no, for what? Why would they patch it out? And I was explaining to him that because the way that Souls works, it's like other games. It's not like it's like something that's brand new, but how Souls works is that eventually there is a point of diminishing returns. And that comes very quickly. So you can, you can grind one area all you want to, get 100K souls. That 100K souls turns into 1,000 souls real quick. At least that's the way that it feels. Because right now, currently at level 80, I think it takes me 50K souls to level up one time. And that's a lot. Carrying around 50K souls is like, if I die with these souls in hand, I'm going to feel some type of way. And I can tell you right now, I've at least lost 200K in souls off of, most of the time, 90% of it is dumb shit, me rolling off the map, me jumping off of the edge because I thought I had enough distance from my horse, because I'm still learning. I'm still trying to judge the game the best I can. Some edges seem better than others. Some distances that you'll fall seem like you don't take damage. Others do. You know what I mean?
That's annoying.
And then others are enemies, right? And then, when you have that that big amount of souls on you, it still becomes stressful. But this is the game that you're playing, because now, sure, if you've done all that farming, that's cool. But that when you hit that point of diminishing returns, it hits like a truck, and then you have to move forward. If you don't, you're not going to progress in the game. And that's what makes this game so unique, because like I was telling Pong, he wants to do magic and everything. And I'm also one of those Souls players who does not give a damn how you play. Whatever you're comfortable with, the most exciting thing to me is that there's more people who want to play magic, or who want to get in this game because they're seeing the one-shot builds and everything else. Because guess what? Hopefully you stay in the game long enough to get into your second playthrough or third playthrough to where that's where the hardcore Souls guys are at, or the players are going to be at, where it's much more active. There's much more PvP happening. There's where you can really be an essential part of your co-op team, right? Elden Ring has really created an experience, and I know a lot of people say it's convoluted and getting into co-op can be complicated. It can. I feel like they could have done a few more things to make it a little bit easier for some people, but it's not as bad as some of the games could possibly be. But this is definitely a main showcase of what a more accessible Elden Ring can be. Can there be more that is done? 100%. Excuse me for skipping over my words. But there is definitely more that can be done on the accessibility side that I will never downplay. Again, it's always going to be up to the dev what they want to do and what time they kind of have. But as far as this vision, kind of like I will go right, but I'll go right to Pong with this, because he said this in the chat in our DMs. It was like, look, after seeing all the great things that have happened with this one, FromSoft needs to stop everything they're doing and go ahead and make the second game, or start working on the second game immediately, because this is definitely one of those. You have to make a second version or a part 2 to this. You have to. I haven't even beat the game yet. 80 plus hours in, and I can tell you right now, they need to make a part 2. Yes, in so many ways. Again, I'm going to constantly say, if you're not a Souls fan, I would not recommend the game to you, because at some point you still have to you have to face that beast, right? Or face that monster, face that adversity. At some point you have to. But if you like the idea of the open world, the game not holding your hand like we used to get back in the day, where you were just given a game and you had to kind of figure it out, it has seemingly done all those things, and I think the numbers are essentially proving that. If the 5 million copies, what was that, just on Steam, is accurate, bro, that is insanity. I can only imagine there has to be another at least 5 million copies sold between the consoles themselves also. I'd have to think that. It only makes sense for a game to get that kind of sales on PC. It only makes sense that it's got the same thing on the console side of it. And that tells me that, again, this genre is no longer niche, that this has seemingly done something that has caused people to be like, okay, let me jump in this time. Now, whether they stay or not is going to be something completely different, but at least you have the option to go do other things now that you did not have before. And I think that will keep people more invested. I think that will kind of leave this mark on people, say, hey, well, you know, I don't take this game seriously, but when I do jump on, I like the exploring aspect of it. You might not like fighting all the bosses or whatever the case, but you like the idea that you can traverse through some fog, and then the next thing you know, or if it's literal fog, like you're kind of seeing on the screen right here, where it's a foggy area, then all of a sudden the area opens up to this beautiful dark blue sky, or you're going underground and there's this whole other city underground. You're going to other areas. The mix of biomes feels unique to the game. You feel like you've traversed so much space and you're having such a great time, and a lack for a better way to put it, you're actually having an adventure. And that's what makes these games unique. I was telling Pong also in chat, we were talking the other day, I feel like this game gave me my Skyrim moment. Because when I played Skyrim, I never got that moment that people always said, oh, the game opens up. And I probably played the first 10 hours of Skyrim. Now, you could say, oh, that's not enough, that you haven't got further enough into it. 10 hours into the game, I know whether I want to keep playing it or not. Skyrim, unfortunately, wasn't that way for me. I put it down. This, again, I am biased a bit because I am a Souls fan, but this, as a Souls fan who hasn't kind of played Sekiro or played all the way through Neo, and because other games are out and there's PvP games, and I'm always going to main before anything else, but I always have this deep, dark place in my pocket for Elden Ring, or for Souls games, whether that's Dark Souls mainly, because those are the main Souls games that I've played. And then FromSoft also goes back to Armored Core for me. Again, that also gets me excited, because the more support you give Elden Ring, the sooner I'm going to get Armored Core. which we can also argue is another Souls-like experience, because it is. It's not an easy game either. There's a lot that goes into it. Seeing the sales for it, seeing the success for Elden Ring gets me excited more and more. When Pong talks to me about it, gets me excited more and more. And the other thing too, because I was hearing these discussions happen kind of throughout the week, that people were saying, oh, well, do you guys think this game's going to get DLC? I can let you know, Dark Souls games have gotten DLC content. Other Souls games, Demon Souls, I don't remember having DLC content like that.
No, Demon Souls was their first. That was brand new IP.
Neo, I don't think had DLC content like that. I can't remember. Definitely let me know.
Neo had a little bit of.
It had a little
bit.
It
had a little bit. Sekiro got DLC.
So I know Neo was a little bit up there. I think Sekiro was more of like an update more than.
Was it an update? Okay.
More than DLC. Right. At least from what I've heard. Again, I could be wrong on that, but my point with that is that Dark Souls games typically get actual expansions, where they give you more areas, more weapons, more enemies to fight. So I can let you know that I do think that Elden Ring is going to get at least 2 expansions. I think. Now, again, I haven't beat the game yet. There's already, if one thing has been proven here also, is that you can put out a full game. I'm talking about from start to finish. And I'm not even at the finish, but seemingly, there is so much content in this game that people ask for out of every other title that we just don't see anymore. Like, the game could have been half of what it is, and they could have made you pay for the other side. That's how big this game is so far. And it's crazy that we're in an era where people are downplaying a game that got a 97. Some people say it doesn't deserve it, but it is also something that people have been asking for. You wanted a complete game. You want a game that's minimal on bugs. Mind you, it does have its issues, but co-op works. At least for me personally, if I put my sign down for my brother, now there are some slight discrepancies, like when he puts his sign down or I put my sign down, if we're looking for each other's sign, I have to kind of like mosey on a little adventure for a little bit, mind my business for a quick 2 minutes, turn around and look the opposite way before it pops up. there are little things like that bother me, because it's like, come on, dude, we got a password on. Why do I have to look away? It's like there's some games that used to do that back in the day, where you turn one way. Cyberpunk does it too. So I say back in the day, Cyberpunk did it too, where you turn around, there's NPCs right there, and you turn around, there's different NPCs. The game, this game does that with the summon sign, where it's like you'll turn around, like you're looking at the floor where your partner put it, and it's not there, and you turn around. And you turn back around and it's there all of a sudden. You're like, oh, okay, whatever. I guess that works. But sometimes you have to do that. It does have its issue, but it is a fully complete game with very minimal issues, honestly. But, Pong, I want to pass it off to you. I don't know if that was necessarily where I was planning to go with it. I'm just kind of speaking on it on a whole. Also threw the numbers in there. I know a lot of people were trying to say, oh, now you guys care about UK numbers, because some of the UK numbers got thrown in there. So touch on some of those things, man. How do you feel with Elden at this point? And then also about the sales numbers that we're seeing and the craziness that is happening with this.
Yeah, let me bring some more numbers in here, because I think it's important to understand what's happening with this game and in general From Software and what they've created with this as a phenomenon, right?
Yeah.
Mav on PM and the PM on Thursday used a great word. This transcends so many different things right here. This is a transcending type game for From Software. And what we mean by that is, again, up until the launch, like the day of launch of Elden Ring, Souls games were considered niche. And 100%. I know the Souls community would have kind of fought against that or whatever else the case may be. And I understand, again, when you love something as much as you do, when you say the word niche, sometimes that's a stigma that you don't want to have. But at the same time, I think it was appropriate for what those games represented. But now this, as of launch and the first 24 hours of Elden Ring, you saw them obliterate that any niche talk anymore. Okay. Now, classic Souls games like your Dark Souls and that kind of stuff, I could still argue are niche, but From Software has gone in a brand new direction with the open world, with the scope of this game and what they've done. I think they've gone beyond even what they expected. Obviously, there's a lot in this game that suggests that they were trying to grab more people and bring more people into their worlds. But I think that even they have exceeded that goal. And so I think the numbers are important here. I'll put this one out here first. James Bartholomew, who nobody would even recognize that name, but nobody knew who he was. And I still don't think most people caught on his tweet, because he actually posted his tweet underneath one of Nibel's tweets. Shout out to Nibel, who does great work in this community as well. He had posted this underneath. He is a part of a company called ICO Partners, ICO Partners. I don't know if they go by ICO or if they go by ICO, but what they do is they analyze the article data from launch weeks of games. Okay. That's one of the things they do. That's one of the analyzing parts, right? So he put out this tweet, and he actually included a graph that came along with it, showing the launch weeks of certain games and how many articles were being written about that game. Okay. So we start with Ghost of Tsushima. Launch week, 1,181 articles were written. Okay. Metroid Dread, 1,238 articles were written. Returnal, 2,113. Monster Hunter Rise, 2,119 articles were written. Forza Horizon 5, big launch. A lot of people talking about it. A lot of people playing it, right? We know that. Forza Horizon 5 had 2,301 articles written about it.
Yep.
Deathloop, 2,519 articles. Damn. The Last of Us Part 2, okay? Last of Us Part 2. We know we're talking about a controversial game. Everybody 100%. Talking about warring sides over this game. 2,828 articles written about it. Hitman 3. Crazy. Hitman 3. We could call Hitman niche, right? It's not for everybody. It's a heavy stealth game. It's a great, fantastic game. A lot of people had Game of the Year. A lot of people thought it got snubbed for awards. 3,122 articles written launch week.
That's fucking crazy.
Cyberpunk 2077, the most hyped game I can say in the last decade.
Great game, by the way.
Great game. Again, you and I both. Everybody here knows.
I'm always going to fight the haters on it, so don't worry.
Yeah. From day one, Steel and I were here. Day one, I got Steel to get into it, but day one, I was here. Steel, from the moment he tried it out, has been on it without patches, all that stuff, right? So Cyberpunk 2077, though, from a gaming industry perspective, was one of the most hyped games out there. CD Projekt Red, before the launch, was considered one of the best Western RPG developers ever, okay? That got 3,849 articles written about it launch week. And again, when it came out, all of the problems, think about that, all the problems, all the back and forth, all of that, 3,849 articles written.
Yeah.
Resident Evil Village, 4,146 articles written. Man, that's kind of crazy to me because like everybody just kind of, I mean, again, obviously with however you say her name, Domescu and all that stuff. She became a whole phenomenon herself, right? So obviously a little bit extended hype there. 4,000.
All right, well,
I can see it. That's
I feel you.
4,146 articles written. For Horizon Forbidden West. Now this one's interesting because it is a first party,
single player
exclusive, right? I skipped one. Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite had 3,754 articles written about it in launch week. Okay, so another first party exclusive,
right?
For Horizon Forbidden West, 4,559 articles written about it launch week. Elden Ring. Hear me out. So Horizon, we just ended. This is the one that they put on this graph right before Elden Ring. Horizon Forbidden West, 4,559 articles. Elden Ring, launch week, 7,323 articles.
That is fucking insane.
7,000 for a coming from a niche developer, right? 7,323 articles written about it. Brother, if that does not tell you, I don't know what else does about what From Software has created here. Because again, even if somebody was not planning on writing an article outside of maybe a review or whatever the case may be, this thing exploded and everybody was talking about it. Yeah. Everybody and places were writing articles nonstop about it because of the word of mouth, the ripple effect. Sometimes that ripple effect is slow, right? Sometimes you throw a rock in a lake and it's slow, right?
Sometimes it takes 3 years.
Sometimes you throw an entire brick into a lake and you get instantaneous ripples that just explode everywhere, right? That's what happened with Elden Ring. It was like dropping a brick into the middle of the lake, dropping a bomb into the middle of the lake and seeing what happens. This is crazy to me. Some more stats. Elden Ring, again, UK digital charts. We don't have official numbers yet on Elden Ring, right? All of this stuff is just percentages and kind of talk like that. We will get those numbers. But there's people out there like Benji Sales saying, my expectations, I have a feeling, are going to be completely wrong about what this game is going to do, right? Like the initial thoughts on it, he's going to be completely undersold what Elden Ring sales-wise is going to do. But UK charts, this comes from gamesindustry.biz. Christopher Ding, he had been putting out, he's on Twitter too. You should go follow him. He puts out a lot of tweets. Some controversial stuff where he's got some pretty big opinions out there. He just put out one this week that the Switch is the best console of all time. Look, we can talk about that stuff. Yeah, it's personal.
That's personal opinion.
It's personal. But anyways, he does do good work because he does do analyzing too of the UK charts. And again, we don't use UK because it's such a small area to consider. Number one. Number two, they are digital heavy and like the industry's digital heavy, but UK more than any other place has adopted digitally over physical faster than most areas around the world.
Right.
Okay. So UK numbers are always kind of skewed. That's why when the clown show shows up with the UK numbers as, showing off that PlayStation is selling 84% of the total copies. Look, you can't extrapolate that data and project it to the rest of the world. It doesn't fit. But here, with something like this, a phenomenon like this, I think we can project some of these numbers out. So Elden Ring is the biggest, and this is from the article, Elden Ring is the biggest UK video game launch since Call of Duty Vanguard, according to the latest digital and physical data supplied by GSD.
Duty.
Right.
You hear what the game just came up in conversation?
Correct. Again, Vanguard down, Call of Duty overall down, but still the number one selling title across the board is Call of Duty. Okay, period. Its sales are 2.5 times that of last week's big new release, PlayStation's Horizon Forbidden West. 2.5 times Forbidden West. And Forbidden West was a gigantic launch for PlayStation. In fact, it's the biggest game launch outside of the Call of Duty and FIFA franchises since Red Dead Redemption 2 in October of 2018.
You see?
Bro, FIFA and UK
is huge.
It's like Call of Duty. No. And then you throw Red Dead Redemption 2. Just like Steele said, look at the names that are being thrown out there with these sales.
That's
numbers.
what's important. Like, I know it just sounds like we're just throwing numbers and just talking smack and just like being super biased about Elden Ring. But it's like, no, man, look at the facts. This is a fact. It's crazy that this type of, it's crazy. It's crazy.
It's crazy that this type of game coming out of, again, coming from what's considered niche, what they've made previous to this, all of a sudden they change like some aspects of their game. They go to an open world, but they nail it to this point where these are the types of numbers. Look, I'll add to it. Its week one sales are bigger than Cyberpunk 2077 and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Now, again, we're talking about, everybody said, oh, look, Cyberpunk had all the issues that we know about. The hate train was real with Cyberpunk 2077. However, people forget that with pre-orders, they had over 13 million sales in that first week because of pre-orders. We're talking, and this is again, one area, this is UK. So we're not talking about world here, but we're talking about UK, but its week one sales are bigger than Cyberpunk 2077 and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Again, a franchise that we just heard from Ubisoft a week or two ago. The game Valhalla alone eclipsed 1 billion in sales.
Yeah. And that's crazy. That's crazy. Assassin's Creed.
And then I will say this, Mr. Christopher Dring came out with another tweet yesterday or the day before, which I don't have in front of me, but he said that the numbers, he said, unless he's forgetting something, the numbers that he is seeing as far as new IP goes, this is the biggest new IP sales-wise in the UK since Destiny. You know how big of a thing Destiny was when it first launched?
Huge.
Even though Destiny 1 obviously didn't hit the didn't hit the marks that everybody was hoping. There was a lot of overpromising, but it did fantastic. But when it came out hype-wise and sales-wise, it was selling ridiculous. It was all over right?
Makers of Halo.
These numbers are absolutely astronomical. Okay, this is something that we don't see very often in the industry. Again, we're talking about history type making here from a developer who up until this point, everybody knew who they were because of the types of games they made, but those games never made that impression upon the masses.
Right.
You're talking about mass appeal at this point. Now, again, is there going to be a lot of people that returned the game, that refunded the game because they tried it? Yeah, absolutely. There could be. But you're still, again, you're talking about a small percentage of the overall sales of this game when you're looking at those numbers. It's not going to be like 50% of people return the game, okay? You're going to be talking about 1%, 2%, 3% max, right? You're not going to be talking about this huge amount of people returning this game. From Software transcended what they normally had done in the past. From Software, again, I've said my perspective on Elden Ring and why it appeals to me.
Mm-hmm.
They have created the biggest, most expansive open world with the greatest sense of exploration and discovery since Skyrim for me. Okay. And that's saying a lot because everybody knows I'm a Bethesda stan, right? But as this map continues to open up for me, and I'm one of those people that runs around. Yeah, like Steele said, I've been farming. I use what's given to me, right? Again, what I learned in the community this week was that if you are a magic user, right, you're terrible at the game and you're not getting any women. And I'm putting that nicely. The tweet was a lot more vulgar than that. But anyways, that's what I learned from the community this week. But I'm just using, this is an RPG. RPGs are played how you want to play them. Just because this is a Souls game does not mean I have to be the hardcore Souls player who walks in naked with a dagger and defeats Godric, okay, on first try. That's not what this is about. This is an RPG. You get to play it how you want to play it. I am not glitching. I'm not doing anything that's not presented to me in the game by the developers. I use the environment, right, to beat the tree sentinel, the guy in the gold armor that everybody sees when you first walk out into this world, the first guy that everybody walked up to and got destroyed by right away. Look, I use the environment. I got up onto a building in his area. He came over. Guess what? With all that nice heavy armor and heavy weaponry, he can't jump up on that building and come get me. I cast my imp's ashes, and my imps went to work on him while I sat up top casting magic spells at him, and I beat him. Okay?
Yeah.
That's how I did it.
So, nothing wrong with it.
Right. There's nothing wrong with it because guess what? I didn't design this environment. From Software designed the environment. The developers did. Guess what? They put the high ground there for somebody to use if they want to use it. I decided to use it. You can call it cheese. You can call it whatever you want to. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. It's how I want to experience the game, right? I'm a magic user. I am now coming up this weekend here, tomorrow and Monday, because I've got Monday off. Steele, I've already lined up Steele to pop in his little bag that he carries around. He cleaned out his bag for me, and I'm going to hop in his bag, and we're going to go hunt down some of the armor and some of the bosses I need to beat to get my magic user to that one-shot capability. I'm level 62 through farming right now. So we're going to do that. He's going to help me out because the developers gave you the option to go ahead with your friends who may be more powerful than you and to help you out. There's people right now in this community trying to gatekeep this and say you should not have to use co-op if you're a real Souls player.
No,
guess what? I'm not a real Souls player, brother.
Nobody cares.
I'm not. I don't care. I don't care. I'm enjoying the game the way that I want to enjoy this game, period, point blank. And I go around and I don't do boss by boss. I think I've beaten 2 bosses and like 3 mini bosses, I guess you want to call them, plus some of the bigger enemies I have gone up against, like Lobster Boy. That Steele and I were having fun laughing about.
Yeah, he's a pretty fucking serious guy, man. Lobster Boy, and he comes in various forms. And he's a very serious guy. You don't want to run into Lobster Boy or Lobster guy.
But I'm traveling around and I'm discovering the world. I'm going to areas that I should not be in, because they gave me the option to do that. That's what I love about open world. That's why this game, at the end of the day, whether I finish this game or not, and everybody here knows that I don't finish a lot of games anyways, whether I ever finish this or not, my experience already in this, and I don't have the time Steele has into it, obviously. I probably got, I don't know, 15 plus hours into it. I don't even know. I haven't looked. This has been worth the price of admission because From Software has created one of the best open worlds I've ever experienced in my life. And I can already say that because, again, that sense of discovery that I have, that I find in Bethesda open worlds, Fallouts, your Elder Scrolls, etc., that is second to none for me. This game comes very close. And for From Software to have done this out the gates, again, this is no small feat. People who want to try to downplay what From Software has done, to go from a more linear style path that they had in their old Souls games. No, to create an open world is a huge change in how you actually make the game. And they have done it to perfection. And again, we're not even talking about the scale here. I still think Skyrim overall, from a world aspect, from a landmass aspect, is probably bigger, right? However, this is very close. There's other things that play, but I'm saying scale-wise, they created a huge, this is not like, hey, okay, we're going to go from this linear type Souls game and we're going to experiment with this open world.
Make it Gears? You mean do what Gears did?
Yeah, we're gonna make this. We're gonna make an open world. Right. Exactly. We're going to experiment. We're gonna make this open world, but we're gonna make we're gonna make sure that we as a developer don't get too big and don't get overboard with it. That's not what they did here. They went for the full boat out the gate. They went for the moon. This is crazy. And let me tell you, they hit the moon and they probably went beyond the moon with this game as far as what they tried to do, because the open world never feels dead. You are always engaging with something, whether you are sneaking or whether you're battling. You're always finding new enemies. You're always finding new traversal modes. You're always finding new buildings to say, hey, should I go in this tower? Is this going to be worth it to me or not? Should I explore these ruins or am I going to get murdered in here?
Right.
You know, that's always on edge. And again, it's different from a Skyrim and those types of Western RPGs. This is with that Eastern flair, number one. Number two, 100%. Everything in this world is out to kill you. Okay. This is not there's no hand holding. There's no meeting all these cute little NPCs and developing relationships and doing side quests and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, there's some of that.
There's some. Yeah.
But there's some. But there's not a lot of it. The Skyrim's different in that way, right? The games like Skyrim are different.
About building
this is flat out, you against the world, and it's you and you alone for the most part. And guess what? We are not going to tell you what to do. You just kind of got to go figure it out on your own. Now, I know some people have said that they don't like that. I understand completely. This is going back to how we used to play games, where I used to have a notebook out. And I used to have to write down. This goes back to my days with Might and Magic.
That's crazy.
This goes back to my Might and Magic days when I was PC playing when I was very young, when I was just a freshman in high school.
Yeah.
This goes back to my PC days where I used to have graph paper that I used for D&D to map out my dungeon so that I could tell where I was, right?
Yeah.
This goes back to those days. And I understand why a lot of people nowadays don't appreciate it, but I appreciate the hell out of it, right? If I have to look something up, I have to look something up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's how I am.
But From Software, again, balance-wise, mechanics-wise, yes, there are bug issues. Again, I can hear all that talk. There's a lot of performance issues. They did not optimize this game. This is something that From Software to take it to that next level. And I know people are going to say, but it got a 97. How can they take it to another level? Look, polish. They can polish. Okay. They can definitely polish. Like Steel said, I'm hoping they're going to start working on Elden Ring 2 immediately, because I think they, as a company, this is going to elevate From Software into another place with this game. Elden Ring is something that's going to be talked about for a very long time. From Software is now no longer that game that when you say that company name, a lot of people go, yeah, From Software, that's cool. I know they make really great games, but not for me. Not for me. That's no longer going to be the case. There are going to be more people saying, oh, new From Software games coming. Look, you capitalize upon this, because From Software, as a developer who is not under a bigger umbrella right now, they're going to be very attractive to people. But look, right now, they're not underneath somebody else's umbrella. They need to capitalize upon this for themselves, because the influx of resources from the sales of this game is going to allow them to make that next step where they polish their games, where they optimize their engine and make sure that hopefully when Elden Ring 2 comes out and it's made for current gen only type consoles and PC, that these bugs that we are seeing, that these problems, the save bugs, again, save bugs are a big one, and it was on PS5. I've seen some people still reporting some issues with the save files, but they supposedly patched the PS5 one. Mm-hmm. Look, that stuff can't happen in this type of game. So I think that's the next step for From Software. But man, shout out to them for what they've done here. They've done something that very few companies can do. And they have, again, cast a bigger net than I think they ever thought they would get with this game. They cast this net that pulled in basically half the ocean at this point.
Yeah.
And that's going to continue to grow. Again, I see more and more people jumping into it as they see videos, as people talk about it, as people say, people who have not, like you said, Steel, up front, it's a Souls game, and if people have tried Souls games and not like them, you personally would not recommend it to them.
Yeah, I would,
because you are still going to have to deal with it. But I would say this. If you are on the fence, or if you're somebody who hasn't played a Souls game, because I've seen this in the community,
right,
and you are willing to risk your money, again, it is a risk.
That's the thing, yeah.
I would say jump in and try it, because again, I think that there are more people right now discovering that they love this world than ever thought they would, right? I think that there's more people out there right now saying, hey, I can't believe it, but like, I'm having a fantastic time with this game. This game is special. And I think that for From Software to go and do that is something, again, that transcends what they originally set out to create. Yes, they wanted to grab more people, but the amount that they are grabbing with this game is something that we don't see. It's unprecedented levels that we're seeing from a company like From Software right now. And I think they need to capitalize on Steel. So numbers prove it. It's something that they really, again, outdid themselves. And hats off to them. Hats off to them. This is again, people want to say, I don't know if it's can you call it generational with the bugs? Can you call it generational with it not being accessible to everybody? Can you call it generational when it doesn't have some of the features that we come to expect in RPGs in 2022? Steel, you spoke on it with the convoluted kind of way to get somebody into your game, the co-op factor. Right. For me, I've had my nitpicks. Like, again, when you go to buy and sell gear, in 2022, I should be able to compare that to the gear that I'm wearing, right? I should be able to see what I should not. I should not be able to flip back and forth. There's a couple things with the map as well. I don't expect it to be icon filled like Ubisoft games. I don't want that. What I'm saying though is sometimes the map itself is lacking in some basic features that I would like to see, just to give you more a sense of where you are and maybe where you're trying to get to. Again, I don't need map markers per se. I can go discover it, but give me a sense of what I'm doing. So there's little things like that I think that they could definitely work on and bring up to speed. But overall, this game is a generational type game because of what it's done for From Software. Hey, look, hats off to Bandai Namco. Again, Bandai Namco is forgotten in this. They're the publishers. Bandai Namco right now, bro, they're on fire. Everything they touch right now is freaking gold right now. It's ridiculous. Bandai Namco is a forgotten Eastern developer because they had not hit last generation. Like, they had good games. They had good games, right? They had good JRPGs. They did. They had some really good published games out there. But again, they weren't hitting.
They're on stride right now.
They're on fire right now.
They're running a marathon, and boy, they're running 100K.
Whatever they did to figure this out, whatever they did to figure out coming into this generation, what they needed to do to position themselves as one of the best Eastern developers and publishers out there, they are nailing their goals as well. Because, man, they can't do no wrong right now. Bandai Namco is on fire. So just a lot of goodness. Again, Steel, man, it's the golden age, man. I just can't believe we got a game like this early in the year, even though the hype was there from the hardcore fan base had been hyping this game for years.
But we didn't know what to be hyped for other than just knowing that it was going to be a Souls game.
It's just like, that's the thing. It's like the Bethesda. It's like Todd Howard and his A-Team, Starfield, all these people out here. Why are you hyped? Well, because I know Todd Howard. I know his A-Team, and I love his games. Exactly. Right? So I'm hyped, right?
Which is why
this is the same thing, right? Same thing for these Souls fans out here who've been hyping Elden Ring. They're saying the same thing. Hey, we know what From Software does. Look at their history. Nothing but high 80s and low 90s. I know I'm going to get a great game out of this. I'm hyped for Elden Ring. The rest of us who may not have been like that were like, okay, cool. It's From Software, whatever else, blah, blah, blah. Open world. Awesome. I'm into that. I'm going to try it. But we didn't know that we were going to get this. And here it is. It drops. And all of those From Software fans, those hardcore Souls fans are like, we told you. And you guys were right. but it's bigger than I think anybody expected.
It had to be presented in a different format, because it wouldn't be I told you if this didn't work, if it didn't bring in more people, if it did stay niche. And there could be so many factors onto why this has happened. Again, we live in a completely different generation now. We live in a completely different era now. So it definitely is one of those things to where more people just could be more attracted to something like this. But let me give you a prime example of something that Elden Ring does that other games don't do or are scared to do for certain reasons. This guy that I'm fighting on screen right now is a guy who is wearing a full outfit made of skin. The guy's
I was in chat with you while you were fighting this guy.
The guy's robe. No, this is my second time fighting him. You were with me the first time. I'm finding him in a different area. He's literally wearing, his top part of his robe is a face with all extra skin on it. And then his back robe is a huge face with hair that connects the other piece of his robe, and it's all human skin. Like, it's blatantly obvious. And it's disturbing. But, bro, I put it on. I was like, yo, this is the dopest, most creepiest thing I've ever seen in my life. Because I love robes and shit. It looks fire. But when I was fighting this dude, I was like, does he seriously have a face on the back of his robe? And then I looked deeper and I was like, this shit is made out of skin. It's that dark, gritty stuff that you would, in any other game, that wouldn't have been like something that's so, Nick just said Leatherface copyright infringement. Yeah, this is on a completely different level than Leatherface. But overall, it's just, I say that just because it's a
Buffalo
key
Bill level.
Yeah, this is a game that it's obviously telling you it's not for everybody. It's blatant. And the fact that it has become more accessible to people, I think it's a great thing. Again, I don't believe in the toxicity of it all, to say, oh, you're not a good player if you don't do the A, B, and C things. I've always been a guy, I'm going to play the way that I want. You can play a way however you want. Just don't complain to me if the game is too easy, quote unquote, or don't complain to me if magic or whatever else doesn't end up being as viable as you want it to be, because that's not the end all to be all of this game, and there's so much more to understand than just that. So there's so much more to it too. I can't wait for people to get involved the PvP side of things. That's going to be an amazing thing that always takes off with these Souls games. So but yeah, I think we really knocked that out of the park. Well, what else you got to say about Elden Ring, man?
The Fat Boy Horror, I feel you, man. And again, like I said in the beginning, the great part about right now is that even when a game comes out like this that grabs the community and that's all you hear about people talking, there's so many other games out there for people to enjoy. So if you're not one of those people that ever jumped into Elden Ring and because you just knew you weren't going to like it, or if you were just one of those people that jumped in and just said, nah, still not for me. Hey, I totally get it, brother. Yeah. And I know that sometimes it can be overwhelming when everybody talks about a game like this, but it's warranted in this. And I'm just glad that there's so many other games out there for everybody else to still enjoy and get hyped about. Again, Forbidden West just came out. I know the talk all went away, but it's still there. It's still there. And it looks freaking fantastic. Again, the more I see about it, the more I want it. I know there's been some people who said, well, the story's still meh, and there's still a lot of problems with it. And
people still said that it's pretty much the same. It's just part two.
Yeah, but I enjoyed the first one, so therefore I know I would enjoy this one. So again, when I get a PS5, I'll be sitting down to it. But I just happy for people out there that we're not back in the old days where Elden Ring was like the one release and we had to wait another 4 months to get another release, right? Exactly. And people who weren't into that game, you were still sitting around playing
trying to play it.
Either trying to play it or play your 3 to 4 other games that were, old, right? Now you got access to all this content and it's fantastic because everybody can go find something right now, no matter what the deal is. But on Elden Ring, Steel, you kind of touched on it right there real quick. I kind of wanted to touch on this as well because there was an interview with Miyazaki Miyazaki, and they asked him about and we had this conversation last week, so we don't need to get back into it again as far as our thoughts on it, as far as the difficulty goes, because again, this has still come up. I saw people.
Always good conversation.
I saw people out there. The one conversation I can hear is the pause, right? To be able to pause this game.
Yeah, but if you do that, you have to understand that you're sacrificing online play. And the only thing about that though is that I think because you don't need it to play Elden Ring. You don't have to have online play. You can play offline.
Right.
There's just a lot of stipulation with that, man. Because if you add in pause, you're gonna add in potential for there to be a lot more chance for cheating to be done. And again, unless you're going to completely restrict that to offline play.
Yeah.
If you're going to add in pause, then you can never go online. You're going to be restricted to only play single player on that save.
Then
that's at least in my opinion.
Okay. Then if you're not going to have a pause, then I should be able to save the game anywhere, anytime, quickly.
Yeah, and that's kind of why there's so many bonfires as there is, or sites of grace, because that's the other thing. There's a lot more in this game than there have been in other games, so I see that too. I get it, because you want to respect the player's time, right? And you never know. Life happens. Life is crazy. You never know what's going to stop you. And it's kind of like, you can't just, let me run to this thing real quick. Especially if you're in an area that you're not familiar with. And it's going to be for a lot of people, even for me. I was stressed out because I needed to get off the game, take care of some things. I couldn't just pause the game. I had like 40K souls on me, and I had to find somewhere to sit down so I could save the game and stop playing. So like I 100% get. So I definitely 100% get it. Was I able to find one? Yeah, I mean, but goddamn, I was under a lot of fucking pressure. So I get it. So I get it. So I'm just thinking out loud.
It is what it is. Like I said, I understand some of it. Like you said, with the pause, why that would cause problems. I get that in terms of the game itself and the mechanic and what they've created as far as the devs go, what they're looking for here. There's got to. In this day and age, with how many people are playing games, I think that is one accessibility, like being able to save wherever in an RPG.
I definitely feel you.
Again, the hardcore are going to say, yeah, but then you could save right before the boss and you could do it.
Yeah.
Right. And there's people in Skyrim, like, me, Steel. I don't even want to know the total number of saves because I save every time before I pickpocket. Now, some people call that cheesing, but I don't care. In Skyrim, I'm going to save before I pickpocket in case I fail, because I'm jumping right back in where I was. I'm going to try it again because I want that stuff, right? So I understand how that works too. But at the end of the day, I just think a little bit more convenience from that would go a long way. But neither here nor there. Again, Miyazaki.
I understand.
Miyazaki had an interview with the New York Times after the launch of of Elden Ring. And they asked him in particular about the difficulty, because that's been a big thing in this as well. Conversation being had. There's two sides. There's people in the middle, but there's really two sides here fighting over it. And it is a big discussion because you bring in people with disabilities as well. That whole discussion about whether every game has to be accessible for everyone. Again, Steel and I are on the same boat here. It's up to the devs. We will leave it up to the devs to make that decision. I will never tell a creative that they have to do something. Again, overview of what we discussed last week.
Yeah.
It's their choice to sacrifice more sales if they don't want to put those accessibility functions in there.
Yeah.
That is their choice at the end of the day, right? So that's where Steel and I land. But Miyazaki, I thought it was interesting in this interview. He kind of outlined exactly, what their thoughts are at From Software about this and why, they think it's important. So he said, quote, "We are always looking to improve. But in our game specifically, hardship is what gives meaning to the experience.
Right.
So it's not something we are willing to abandon at the moment. It's our identity. In case anyone thinks otherwise, Miyazaki admits that he's not a particularly skilled gamer himself, saying, I die a lot. So in my work, I want to answer the question, if death is to be more than a mark of failure.
I say it. Go ahead. Oh, I love that quote.
If death is to be more than a mark of failure, how do I give it meaning? How do I make death enjoyable? Look, if you don't understand then why they make the games they do, this is the main guy talking like this. Obviously, to him, that in his games, that death is not just failure. Like we all are programmed to think like, especially anybody who's game for an extended period of time, death is a failure.
Beautiful quote from what he said,
but
man.
It's philosophical. Go ahead, Steele. Go ahead, elaborate. It's philosophical to him.
I just when I saw that quote, man, and I saw him talk, and I read it, the way that it made me feel, man, because it's such a beautiful piece, because it's 100%. Why not have the ability to, because that's exactly what these Souls games are about. It's, every day in everyday life, well, like in reality, you only die one time and that's it. In gaming, you can die multiple times, more and more times over, and it's more so about the experience and how do I elevate that experience for you? How can I make it enjoyable?
Let me give you the rest of his quote, Steele. I'll let you continue. Please. Let me give because he gives more context too to what he's talking about. He says, quote, when I'm playing these games, I think this is the way I'd want to die, in a way that is amusing or interesting or that creates a story I can share. Death and rebirth, trying and overcoming. We want that cycle to be enjoyable. In life, death is a horrible thing. In play, it can be something else.
And that's exactly what they matched with this. That's what makes Elden Ring great above all other Souls games. That's why it's defining as a game, as a title, because that vision, and that's what makes gaming so beautiful, right? That right there. That is, if you're not paying attention, I understand if people just want to play the game and that's all it's about and your experience and selfish and great. But for me, and part of the reason why we do this podcast and part of the reason why I jumped into the community is because when you listen to the devs, when you listen to the people who create these worlds and these pieces of art, and they say things like this, which is you can obviously hear Pong say it. And me personally, I can still feel it as if it's coming out of his mouth. Death is a horrible thing in real life, but playing, it's a completely different thing. And that is such a beautiful thing that I personally feel like they've mastered in this, and why it's genre defining in this. That's why the game's a 97, 96, wherever it's at right now. Not because of whatever else, because it was able to bring that vision to life. Death isn't the end. Get up, move somewhere else, go somewhere else. And they did it right. I'm not saying, again, I'm not going to tell you the game is perfect. It's not perfect, which is why I cannot suggest it to people unless you haven't interested in it already. But if you take that leap of faith, you may end up finding that you like this game. But its beauty is always going to be in the eye of the beholder. Doom was saying some great things. He was correcting some things. Doom was saying every step that you take is being pretty much saved. So there are those quick saves. So in case people didn't know, anytime in Elden Ring, you can, if you have a moment, press start, go to settings, and quit out of the game, and it will save exactly where you left off at.
Correct.
It will do that.
Yes.
So that
what I was saying was a quick way of saving. Right?
Yes,
You're not having to be in a safe zone, right?
I don't know. One button. I don't know if you have to be in a safe zone for that to work. I've never.
No, you don't have to be in a safe zone. But what I'm saying is, you can't be in the you would be risking everything if you were about to be in a battle and try to do that, because
Right.
that enemy could be on top of you and kill you before you get that save done.
Right,
Because
right,
it's not
exactly.
easy to get to that point, right? And I understand that. And I should have clarified that. Thank you, Doom Reaper, for clarifying that. Yes, you can save anytime you want to. What I meant was a quick way of doing it. Like in Skyrim, I can be about ready. I can be up on somebody,
Quick
ready
save,
to pickpocket them and do a quick save that literally takes me 2 button presses and I'm saved, and the game's paused while I'm saving, so that person doesn't all of a sudden accidentally, notice me, and all of a sudden I'm in a battle while I'm saving it, right? That's what I'm talking about. Like in this game, you just have to be in an area where you're not getting engaged before you go to that save. Otherwise, you're going to be in a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely got to take in mind wherever you leave yourself off at. That's what you're going to come back to. So, like, don't trick yourself to say you're about to save yourself from something. No, if that monster's swinging at you, if you save it right there, it's going to come back and it's going to still be swinging at you. So, it's definitely something that can take into consideration. You could definitely have the reload. The other thing too is that you don't want to just let your game turn off by itself. The game has warned me that you do not want to exit the game without going to settings and quitting the game. Like you don't want to just back out of the game and like exit, hit start on the game, exit or whatever the case, or just let the game close out by itself. Like on, what's that fucking shit called? A quick start, quick resume.
Yeah, quick resume.
You don't want to leave it on that, because it can. A pop-up came up for me and said, "Hey, doing that can corrupt your file. Make sure that you quit and save the game. Make sure you go to settings and quit the game if you're going to stop playing." So definitely, that's something else to pay attention to. I feel like we've pretty much kind of beat that horse up a little bit there. But
and Miyazaki, I'll just end it on this too. Miyazaki also said that he feels bad for those who ended up overwhelmed by the challenges his games offer, adding, quote, "I do feel apologetic towards anyone who feels that there's just too much to overcome in my games. I just want as many players as possible to experience the joy that comes from overcoming hardship." So that's where his mindset is. I thought that was great interview that he gave. Mr. Joanna Dark, I saw you jump in here, brother. Great to see you, sir.
Hey.
And you were talking about the disability side of things. Yes, Steele and I talked about this last week. It's a different conversation from the people who just want the easier mode in there than the people who want the disability accessibility features also included. Look, again, I never want that mandated, because I'm never going to tell a developer how to spend their time when they're making their game. And if they don't have the time or inkling or resources to put those disability accessibility features into their game, that is on the developer. Again, they are giving up sales to not include those. Do I wish that every game could come with those accessibility features? Of course I do. I want as many people enjoying games as possible. However, without mandating it, it's still going to be on the developer, and I'm not going to tell a creator that he has to or they should do that, and nor am I going to down a developer because I don't know the inner workings, right? We've got examples of playground games going to the extreme with Forza Horizon 5, with the accessibility for people that have disabilities. Hey, that's fantastic. Kudos to them. They get all the praise. People are writing articles about it, all that kind of stuff. But I don't think if a dev makes a decision to not do it, that they should be hated on or bullied or, any of that, disrespected just because they chose, for whatever their reason was, not to include those features. I think that line has to be drawn. It's still up to the devs at the end of the day to make those choices for their game. This is their creation. Not every game is going to be for everyone, no matter what that means, whether it's because you have a disability and it's just you're not able to do it, or because the game's too hard. You don't have a disability, but the game's too hard simply because the challenge level is too hard and it's not for you, or because the game just doesn't appeal to you, right? So again, I think that line is in the sand, and I don't want to cross it because, again, I will never tell creatives what they have or have to do, have not do to make a game for everyone. I don't agree with that at all. So that's just my standing. Again, that's where I'm at. So
yeah, and that's perfectly fine. Again, like you said here multiple times, gaming is for everybody, but not every game is for everyone. So, I think we killed that conversation. Man, I'm looking at gameplay of Gran Turismo here, and
we're
not gonna get into Gran Turismo yet. We're gonna talk about Halo first, but man,
yeah,
Gran Turismo makes me scratch my head, but we'll talk about that after we talk about Halo. So the biggest reason I want to kind of roll into Halo is because there's a lot of passionate things that can be said about this also, and I kind of just want to keep on leading with passionate conversation because that Elden Ring conversation was definitely passion felt, and some beautiful things to be said there. Again, hopefully everybody's enjoying it. If you haven't, try it out. And if it's not for you, it's not for you. There's nothing wrong with that. Halo is a different little beast. Halo has come out as a game that has been typically for everybody. A lot more people get involved with, has a much bigger crowd surrounding it, and also is under a much bigger microscope than many other games are. Halo, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, is the only game in the industry that has to have everything day one for it to be considered a great game. If it does not have any of those things, then when I say those things, I mean anything outside of just story and multiplayer. If it doesn't have the co-op, if it doesn't have the forge, if it doesn't have all the extra modes for you to play, if it doesn't give you a firefight mode, if it doesn't give you all your customization options, if it doesn't give you the feeling of progression, then it's a failure of a game. And Infinite has done many things right, but I will also be the first one to say that Infinite has also done many things that have come across like as kind of come across, at least to me, like you're blind. And what I mean by that, I'm gonna start off with a little bit of hate, and then I'm gonna get into the love. Well, I'll start off with the love, and then I'll get into the hate. I like leading with love. So starting with my loves again, I have not played Halo in a bit. Mainly being, well, one of the biggest reasons is when you only give me my form of progression being the battle pass. Once I hit level 100, it does take away the motivation. So to give you that perspective, or to give the people that perspective, I am at level 100 in the battle pass. I have been for a while. After I hit 100, I kind of lost the motivation to keep playing. Not to say that I wouldn't keep playing, but Halo is another one of those games, like other PvP games, to where unless I have people that are constantly asking me to be on or whatever else the case may be, especially because we live in an era where there's other games out. This isn't back in the day where there was time. You could not have content for a bit. You're the only game that I'm playing right now because there isn't much else out there. Unfortunately, we live in an era where Elden Ring was right around the corner. Horizon is right around the corner. Other multiplayer games are right around the corner. Dying Light was right around the corner. Rainbow Six Extraction, which we had a good time with, was right around the corner. And you end up jumping into these other worlds. You jump into these other games, and you get lost in those. And if you don't have something more, at least from me, other than just a battle pass system, it kind of makes me not want to, it makes me not as influenced to just jump back in and be like, all right, let me get some matches in. Now, is it the first thing that I would go to if I want my PvP kick? Yeah. But I'm also playing Destiny now again. So it's kind of like Destiny has done this thing over the years to where every time a DLC comes out, people flock. And a lot of people have flocked back to this most recent one with the Witch Queen because they have done a lot of things right, even though I do still think they've done a lot of things egregiously also. Like pulling content. Halo is in that same kind of boat. 343 is kind of in that same boat. No, they haven't pulled any content, but you also don't have any content right now for us, although you do have a good base of your game, which is the one thing that I have to sit on top of any rooftop and beat on my chest about, because name me another multiplayer game right now that is just as fun if you jump in with a squad. Warzone? You're going to give me a MOBA? You're going to give me an MMO? What are you going to give me? Bro, I'm talking about first-person shooters that are fun, have a good time with. Call of Duty. Battlefield's not hitting the spot right now, even though we've had some good time with it. But it's obviously not only due to the lack of content, but the lack of vision there also. I think for Halo, I still don't agree with people saying that, oh, the game should have got delayed again, or we should have pushed the game back because of this lack of content. Because I'm always going to go back to it, and you call me petty if you want. Last of Us didn't get pushed back. Last of Us 2 didn't get pushed back. And it had multiplayer the first time around. It's supposed to have multiplayer the second time around. There's also other games that have done something very similar, and they didn't get pushed back. Halo definitely needed the year, but I don't think it needed to get pushed back again after that. Just because you don't have enough of a reason to stay in the Halo right now doesn't mean that the game is trash or the game isn't as good as some people tried to make it seem. No, we've also been in a pandemic for going to be going on 3 years. And to me, where quality testing and all those other things that are important aren't as readily as available, either that or they're not willing to pay those guys enough so they can make sure to test these games and get things ready and going, and the difference between people working in office and working at home. I can see Halo having a huge effect on that. There's a lot of assets being moved around. I've never been in the gaming industry, but I have messed with technology enough to know and understand that when I can have somewhat of an understanding from the outside looking in, to have all these other things going on, all these assets, all these things that you're trying to change within the game, and you're trying to do these things on the fly and trying to do them quickly, how that can take a very long time. And we're still not in a place in the world where we've reached a sense of normalcy. Actually, things seem to be getting crazier. Not only do we have a pandemic to deal with, we have a possible war to deal with at some point, if that ever even comes into consideration. So there's so many other worldly things that have an effect on the gaming span, as we've seen with Stalker 2. That's been delayed until we know when, who knows when now, right? I say all those things to say the fact that the game came out as well polished. We just talked a little bit about how well Elden Ring was polished, though Elden Ring does have the content. Halo was just as polished. Though I have to agree, there is a lack of content if 343 wants people to be invested. Halo is a multiplayer only game at the end of the day. Until you add co-op in, until you add Forge in, it's a multiplayer only game. You're going to play that story that one time until you have another reason, like co-op. You're not going to jump back in. So if the multiplayer isn't good enough for you, the anti-cheat isn't doing well enough for you, then you're not going to want to stay invested. Then, with all these other games that you have out currently, you're going to try to make use of that time. At the end of the day, the average gamer is over 30 years old. I can imagine, even if you're younger, you got school, whatever else the case might be, even as a kid, you have more accessibility to gaming than we've ever had. So you're not stuck playing Halo if it's not kicking right now, if it doesn't have enough content. And that's nobody but 343's fault at this point. The biggest complaint was, the battle pass is going to take too long to finish. Guess what? Everybody finished the battle pass in less than 3 months. This is this first season, 6 months long. This next season, I hope, is only going to be 30 months. But damn, again, it shows you, even if you're a strong IP like Halo, there's still other things that you have to do to keep people invested. I just don't agree with the whole, this game it's a half-baked game. It's not a full game. Because if we're going to do that, then do that for every game that you speak on from that point forward. With every game. Don't pick and choose just because one did this traditionally. No. Again, we're in an era where things aren't being done traditionally. Digital gaming isn't a traditional thing. Your accessibility to gaming right now isn't a traditional thing. PlayStation is finding that out very quickly. Nintendo is, I guarantee you, is working on that right now. Halo does need to do a lot. 343 does need to do a lot. They have a lot of ground to make up. But kind of like I told Pong in the background, they do need to play catch up. A lot of catch up. If they want this game to be as successful as it needs to be. I can say that by November of this year, I'm expecting for everything to be right. Co-op, Forge, even though rumor has it right now that Forge might not come out till season 3, but if things run on time, that could be right there or way before that. So boom, within a year, the game's first year, you can have a sudden influx of who knows how many players consistently playing your game, giving a reason for people to invest. Again, this is a 10-year plan. They're not going to just drop this game in the water. Destiny's had the same issues, and people give Destiny all the excuses in the world. Shit, the Destiny story is convoluted. You have to do research on it to understand it. And they're pulling content from the game to where you can't jump in and understand it. Whereas someone who's been sticking with the game since it came out, who does understand the story and understands what got pulled and everything else. I'm not saying that the game doesn't need work. I'm not saying that Halo's perfect. I love Halo. Halo Infinite is the best Halo's been in a long time. But it is egregious to me that the hardcore or the people who are invested, the enthusiasts for Halo, you're not giving them a reason to stay invested when you have other ranking systems that were used in other Halo games that you're not using. And you know that that's what your base is looking for. Those are the types of things that I'm looking at. I can care less about Forge not being there or co-op not being there. Where's the ranking system? The multiplayer is free to play. You got to give people something more than a battle pass. People can buy level 2 and level 100 on the battle pass. Where's the actual rank system? That's what's going to get people invested. That's what's going to make sure that people are like, all right, well, I got to see how high I can get up there. That was the whole enticing thing before. Custom matches, get that right. Why is it such a bad thing to reuse some? You have all this content in Halo MCC for cosmetics, but aren't using them in Halo Infinite. Whether that's engine issues or whatever the case may be, does it come over that quickly or does not that simple? Again, I'm not a dev. I don't understand these things. And I don't want to make it seem like it's just that snap of a finger that something could happen. But those assets are there. Those designs are there. And it could just be the era that we're in right now. There's another game currently, can't think of the name of it right now. I don't know why it's escaping me, that is supposedly they're having a hard time finding devs to make the game. So
you're talking about Quantic Dreams Star Wars.
The Star Wars game, that's exactly what I was thinking about. That's why I wanted to bring that up. They're having a hard time trying to find a Star Wars game. To make a Star Wars game. Now, could it be their pitch? Yeah, it could be their pitch. It could be part of it. It could be a lot of things part of it.
It's their culture.
So boom.
Well, yeah, Quantic Dreams has had a lot of problems.
That could have a big effect on it too.
Yeah.
But again, Star Wars is still an appealing IP. And with devs being the way that they've been treated over the last decade, it makes it very difficult just to hire people to say, oh, yeah, just do this for me. You still want good work. So it's just, I'm of many minds about when it comes to Halo. For me personally, I don't think that Halo's necessarily failing, quote unquote. It's just in an era where you either do or you don't. Especially with the amount of games that we're going to be getting. 2022, again, I'm going to continue to say this, was supposed to be a dead year. And it's far from. And 2023 is supposed to be that much better. Like 2 to 3 times what we're getting right now. So they just have a lot. 343 just has a lot of ground to make up, and I want to see. I mean, again, you see the dev diaries from them. You see them talk about it again. This most recent post was done by Joseph Staten. He put this out himself. Again, I'll talk about some of the things that they're looking to address. They start off by saying, hey, everyone, I'm here to address 2 questions that we know on the top of the mind of the Halo community. What is the Halo Infinite team working on right now? And when can we expect new content and features? I'll start with brief answers and then it gets into more detail, including sharing some info on what's coming with Season 2. The focus for Halo Infinite team in priority order. Number 1, addressing issues negatively impacting the player experience. That's a very wide thing that they listed there. When I first read that, it kind of made me a little bit like, I don't know why you didn't refine that down a little more, because again, you can't give me this is what we're working on and then also be very wide ranging about it, right? It doesn't narrow anything down about, oh, this is what I can expect in the upcoming future. But we know Season 2 is coming, so completing Season 2 and delivering it as promised on May 3rd, and then continuing to work on campaign co-op Forge in Season 3. The fact that they included all the campaign co-op in Forge in the conversation with Season 3, again, he goes on to say it later on, but Forge isn't probably going to come out till beginning of Season 3 or towards the end of Season 2, and then co-op is going to come out midway of Season 2. There could be a lot of different reasons, but one of the number one reasons that he has here, and again, this could be a lot of these things, while they're not happening as soon as we want them, could be because he's stepping in and saying, we still have priority 0. And he goes on to say, we also have a priority 0 that undergirds everything that we do, namely team health, with an emphasis on getting ourselves in a sustainable development rhythm so that we can deliver great experiences to all of you while keeping a healthy work-life balance. Priority 0 means that we sometimes need to move slower so that we can move faster later. Frankly, these last few months have been slower than we expected, and we sincerely thank you for your patience as we stay true to the priorities above. And then they dive into the specifics.
Steel, can I just say this real quick?
Go ahead.
That line about team health and getting ourselves into a sustainable development rhythm.
Yeah.
So we can, deliver great experiences to all of you while keeping a healthy work-life balance.
Yeah.
That line, that whole paragraph gives me a huge pause, because that is the basis of every studio, right? Every developer out there.
Yeah.
For them to be saying that now, after you just launched a game.
Yep.
Gives me real pause, Steel. Like, how? And again, we're never going to know the real story about what's been going on at 343 for the past 6 years. Okay. We're never going to know that. But honestly, how chaotic were things inside that studio.
It had to be fucking crazy.
That Joseph Staten is coming out after they launched the game when they're supposed to be working on just expanding that game to say that they're still trying to get their house in order at this point.
Yep.
To me, from the outside looking in, that means that house was an absolute shit show. Okay. That tells me that there was processes that should have been basic things happening within a development studio that weren't there, that just were completely, it was completely unorganized. It was completely chaotic. It was completely just, that one, right when I read that earlier last night, I was like, yo, what was really going on at 343? I really want the book to come out about this, to know exactly what was happening internally, because man, that to me, that sounds crazy. To me,
it's 100%. I know Nick's just said Rhythm in Progress 7 years later, and honestly, Nick's Joseph Staten wasn't part of this thing the whole time.
Correct.
So there could be things that when he stepped in, said, no, this is why you guys are at where you're at right now. Like there is 1,000 reasons I can imagine to why he was asked to come back.
Yeah.
And was given full control.
And Doom, yeah, you're right. They're humans too. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Like what was happening in there? Like that's what I'm talking about. Like that's what I'm saying. Like this is not a brand new studio. This is a studio that has been around, has produced games prior
the whole time,
and
pretty much.
I'm just saying, like, what happened in that interim to cause this to this point? Like that, this veteran studio, this is made up of a lot of Bungie. So again, we're going back even further. A lot of these people worked at Bungie. Like, what was happening internally that caused them to not have some of these basic processes in place or these standards in place, which caused the point that they are now still coming to grips with work-life balance? Like that's vision. That to me, leadership.
Vision. It has to be vision. I don't want to make it seem like, but obviously, Bonnie Ross, at least to me, the way that the picture's being painted, did not have control. She had zero control to be this far. Again, like you said, it's part of the reason why I wanted to bring this in. The fact that he says priority 0 is number 1, essentially above everything else that is on this list. Because I saw Nick just say, "Oh, they should be talking about what's to come," but they're still talking about crunch. I understand, like I completely feel you, Nix, but there's a human element here. There's something else there. To me, it tells me a lot that after Bungie left, the vision was gone. Yeah, they were working off of Halo, and they understood what Halo was and how to make a Halo, but that doesn't, just because you know how to make a Halo doesn't mean that you have the vision for Halo. Because let's be honest, it's hard to keep making games after your 3rd iteration. And you did it with 4, 5. Needless to say, whether you're up or down about it, I enjoyed both, which is still crazy to think about. There's still
then
good games.
You built a new engine in between. Built a new
engine in between. Thought that was going to be beneficial to you. And then Joseph comes in and he's like, what the fuck is going on in here? Like underneath it, I see what you guys are doing, but my God, is this fucking chaotic? Right. And that's what's coming to be seemingly done. I don't know. And Ray Oid, I feel you. It sounds like 343 needs to be micromanaged instead of having more creative freedom. I think they just needed somebody with actual vision to lead them in a direction. Because to be honest, that's the only thing that Staten could have brought in this short amount of time that he's been there. Coming back is vision. He hasn't had enough time to really be like, oh no, just throw everything out the window. Let's just do this. No, I mean, he's had time to refine some things.
No, yeah, it sounds like a culture change, right? It sounds like he's trying to change the culture back to the Bungie days, trying to bring in some of that stability to what seemingly, again, from those comments from the outside, the only thing I could think seemingly was a unorganized mess that he is trying to bring back, like you said, steal that vision and get everybody on the same page again so that they can all work as a cohesive unit. It doesn't sound like that was happening. It sounds like that was just complete chaos. So like I said, I don't know if there's a better word for what I'm picturing in my head right now. Again, whether that's right or wrong, it's just me.
Right.
But again, those words, that's what they say to me. That's why it's just crazy.
But I mean, but I want to pass it off to you because I know I've been talking for a minute. How are you feeling about this entire thing? Do you see it as a negative? Is it kind of just, again, I know I am biased for Halo. I'll openly and freely admit that. Though I do feel like I can also be honest with Halo also. I know I do have a different perspective and a different take on it. You as someone who's not the avid Halo fan or not
casual,
you're a casual Halo fan, 100%. How do you feel about seeing this? Again, we just spoke to some of the things that we're seeing from the outside looking in, but how are you feeling about this whole thing? Because I mean, again, I know people say, oh, there's not much to talk about this week. Still, there's so much more happening than just taking this at face value and saying, that's the problem. So what do you think?
Yeah, no, it's a tough one because like you said, Steel, the expectations on a Halo game are different from other games. Okay. That is due to the success that Halo has had.
Yeah.
That is due to the position. Yeah. It's self-created in a lot of ways. When you 100%. Become king and you put your stamp on the video game industry, as far as history goes and what you did to make that mark, that's kind of what happens when you put yourself on a different level. Those expectations are going to come along with that. Right. So while I can hear the fact that, hey, why is it always judged differently than every other game out there that tries to do the same thing? Well, again, when you're a leader, that comes along with it. And you kind of got to raise the bar each and every time. And if you don't raise the bar, or if you don't even meet your own standards, even if it is not Bungie anymore, even if it is now 343,
right?
Well, you are going to take that criticism. You're going to take that heat a lot that comes along with it, no matter what. And again,
right.
So I understand both sides. I get it. Sometimes it is unfairly. Again, I'm not going to say that. Hey, I'm not going to sit here and try to do that. I'm not going to try to just say, look, again, I do think though, that they have had plenty of time to come to grips with how the industry is now in 2022. I think that they've had so many examples with this style. They're not trailblazing from a standpoint of having a 10-year plan. They're not trailblazing from having a free-to-play model. They're not trailblazing in any way, shape, or form. Other people have done that for them. So they should have I believe, they should have had a better understanding of what it would mean and take to feed a base of fans in this manner when you have a free-to-play model. And again, I'm talking from the multiplayer side of things, obviously. So they should have understood that just throwing a battle pass out there wasn't going to be just good enough for the community. I think that they should have had, and again, this goes back to what was really going on in there. Like, they just obviously threw everything they had just to get this game launched last year and really hadn't even started. I mean, some of it was started, but really hadn't looked down the road to that roadmap. Again, we got a delay of the roadmap, right? So to me, that tells me that they were really far behind in whatever plans they had. I think it's pretty obvious they were far behind in that, just because they had to get the game out. And I think they threw everything that they had at it to get it to that point of launch. And now we're seeing those effects, those ripple effects here, that they really don't have the content to go along with that free-to-play system. Now, am I worried about Halo? No, because Halo is always going to, first of all, carry weight with its name. But second of all, because the free-to-play model is there, this game, like you said, Steel, people will jump back into as new content drops, even if it is later than expected. So you're going to hear from the fans. You're going to hear from the people who want that stuff instantaneously. But there's a lot of bigger piece of fans out there, a bigger population of fans out there that who dropped off, who aren't vocal about it because they just go and say, hey, I played Halo, got out of it what I wanted.
Right.
Gonna wait till the next content drops, but in the meantime, I've got 100 other games I'm gonna enjoy, and I'm not gonna sit here and think about it and stew about it. I'm just gonna come back to it when they throw something else new out there.
Right.
So I think that from that standpoint, I'm not worried about Halo. Like I said, I think that 343 definitely dropped the ball here because they already had kind of the whole roadmap laid out for them as to what to do to keep people engaged with a free-to-play model. And I don't think that they followed through on that. I don't think they've been as transparent. Again, from what Joseph is saying here in this latest blog post, there's obviously reasons behind that. Obviously, they're still doing cleanup on internally. They're still dealing with a lot of basic problems that with a veteran development team probably should not exist, but they do. So because they do exist, you got to address them. You got to clean it up. You got to get organized. You got to get your team all in one spot where it's good, where everybody is on the same page, where everybody's working towards that next goal, where everybody is comfortable with the work schedule, which he spoke about directly. Definitely. So if that's the case, that's the case. That's where we're at. Hey, you can't change it, right? Can't cry over spilled milk. It is what it is. So here we are. Again, for me, as the casual Halo fan, does it bother me? No, it doesn't bother me. Again, I would still love to see co-op there. They came out and then explained that co-op will be 4-player co-op, which is awesome. Again, that's something I spoke to prior to launch, how great this game, as far as the campaign is set up for that co-op multiplayer. I think that's going to bring a whole new experience. I think a lot of fans are going to jump back into it and play 4-player co-op because I think it's going to be crazy if they get it right.
It's going to get a lot of people back in. Yeah, 100%.
Right. A lot of people are going to come back in, and then naturally people are going to gravitate back to the multiplayer. Now they did announce 2 new maps, 3 new modes.
It's not enough, but
it's not enough. 1 big team battle map and 1 arena map. And then the 3 modes were Last Spartan Standing, King of the Hill, which everybody's been clamoring for. I know in the Halo community, a lot of people do like King of the Hill. And then 1 more mode, some type of, what was it called? Some type of like control, right? Some type of control, something like that, that they're also launching. Disappointing to me was that co-op won't be there at the start of season 2 like they had initially told us it would be. I again, when we had these discussions last year, I kept saying, look, that's best case scenario. That's why I'm not going to sit here and try to say, well, look, they told us season 2, it's going to be there. Yeah, we don't know in season 2 when that's going to be there. It could be towards the end of season 2. It could be in the middle of season 2.
Right.
So those dates, like when everybody was trying to say, well, it's no big deal, we'll have it beginning of season 2. Well, season 2, first of all, was supposed to be here, I think, February, March. And we're obviously not getting it. They delayed it till May. Now they're saying co-op is not even going to be ready for that. Okay, that's disappointing to me. Forge not coming till season 3. Again, Forge is something that we talked about in the background, Steel, even though I'm not a Forge guy, obviously. Forge is a set of tools for the community that is just like modding that we see in other games, whether it's Bethesda mods or whatever the case may be. It creates free content that keeps people around because somebody, out of all the people that do Forge, we have seen this in the past. Right? Somebody will come up with a mode that is absolutely stellar, that invigorates the entire or most of the fan base. And all of a sudden, everybody is playing that mode that was created free of charge by somebody in the community, 4343. And all of a sudden, the game explodes again because that mode was there, created by Forge.
I can tell you right now, if Forge was able to come out beginning of season 2, the want for a BR would be filled very quickly.
Correct.
The moment Forge comes out, I am telling you, with the way, like, with what I've seen from Forge and what they're trying to do with it, this could be another reason why it was delayed. Again, I'd rather be delayed and have all the features than it not. But part of the reason of it is that this is going to be a next level Forge system. And if it really and truly is, we're going to see some content coming to this game from the community. I mean, you can feel however you want to feel about that. Oh, the dev should have put in that work. Oh, here goes the community fixing your game again. At the end of the day, you cannot make everybody happy, but you know who can? The community.
Correct. They fill that void with a tool set. And like you said, Steel, if everything we've heard about Forge, they're taking Forge to a whole nother level, right? Yeah. This is going to be basically developer tools that people are going to be able to do crazy things with. Now, if they scale that back because they just want to get it out, we'll have to wait and see. It sounds like they already said in this blog post that they had gotten Forge out to some select members of the community, flighting it. They're flighting it. So it's got to be getting to that point where they're feeling comfortable with it. But if they do reach what we have heard they're trying to do with this mode, like you said, Steel, like anything that's been missing that the community has been hammering for, somebody's going to create it. Yeah, and somebody's going to make and again, with when you get something like this into the hands of so many people outside of the dev team that think outside the box, that maybe have totally different visions, all of a sudden somebody creates that one special, really never before seen kind of mode where everybody's got to play it, right? So I think Forge is very important. I hope they get it out sooner rather than later in season 3, because that will drive a lot of fans back to it as well. So overall, again, I'm disappointed with how this has been handled, but at the end of the day, Halo is going to be here. It's not going away. It's not going to just, even if the numbers are way down, which we've heard some of the numbers off of Steam are way down, you can still hop into a game anytime and find a match. No problem. There's still a ton of people playing this. I still see people streaming it. So that's never going to be a problem. It will fluctuate just like every other game pretty much nowadays.
Has good gunplay. So
right. Exactly. It's still got some of the best gunplay out there. And again, we're just in a different age. The days of Halo just dominating nonstop is just not.
That's good. That's not here.
It's kind of gone, because
at least not at this rate. Not doing it the way that they're doing it.
Right, exactly. People just have too many other things to grab their attention. You've got the Destinies of the world. You've got the Call of Duties of the world out there. Again, you're going to have, when season 3 comes along, look, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is going to be sitting there. So, we're going to be right back into that boat again, right? So this is just constant competition these days, not even including the smaller titles that come along that take people away. So you're just going to have this fluctuation. It's a part of what we're at in the industry. It's no big deal. Halo's going to be here. They made the adjustments they needed to make with the monetization. They've been listening to the fans in a lot of ways and have been making changes. Right. As long as they continue to evolve, we will see, like you said, the final Halo product we won't see till maybe the end of this year going into next year. Look, I was hoping for some campaign DLC. I'm going to put that aside. I think we don't see that maybe until next year at this point. As far as campaign DLC goes, expanding it out. Yeah, I think they're really focused on getting the basics out here that are needed and done, polishing it up, making sure that everything is running smooth, and then start to focus on that campaign expansion. But again, through the years, I think this truly is a long-term plan. Whether it makes it 10 years, we will see. But I think right now, yes, it's slower now. Like Joseph says in that blog post, the things that they are getting right, whether or not they should have been right to begin with, that's a whole different conversation, but it is what it is now. So we can't go back and change history. Right. So it is what it is. They are fixing the things they need to fix now to make sure that the process down the road is much faster, so that content drops can happen on a much more regular basis, that they can give clear roadmaps, and that they can hit the dates that they set for themselves into the future, whether that's 2023 and beyond or whatever the case may be. I think that's the thing to take away from this blog post, is that, hey, maybe it shouldn't be this way, but it is. So we're changing it now so that we can be better later on. And we're not going to continue this cycle where we're delaying things or not having a clear picture. We want to get out of that cycle. To do that, we got to work right now at what we got to work on, which is priority 0. That's okay with me. They are where they are. There's no changing it. So they got to do what they got to do.
Yeah, they gotta make it work. At this point, it's not like you have a bad thing out. You just need to support it, or you know what's gonna happen. So, and again, you have the sachet, you are the title. Other than Destiny, you have the best first person gunplay that out here right now. Unless Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, when it gets remastered and it gets put out, if it's really going to be defining like this first one was, I won't front. It was a good game. It brought Warzone. It felt really good. Although multiplayer for Call of Duty has fallen off, the Modern Warfare 2 coming back could be a huge resurgence for Call of Duty overall.
Yep.
Matter of fact, I know it will be, because it's one of those where it's like, when you say Modern Warfare 2,
yep,
you can say it in a crowd of people, and I can guarantee you at least 10 people are going to turn around and look at you like, oh, what?
Yep. And then you got Warzone 2.0 coming as well.
And then Warzone's coming right with
current gen only, with brand new engine.
That could make me be like, all right, Call of Duty's here again.
Yep.
But Halo and Destiny are right there as two of the best first-person shooter games, especially as far as mechanics, gameplay, and everything goes. So I mean, we'll see how it goes, man. I mean, we're also entering an interesting space, because we still haven't got Exo Mecha yet. And that's another one that could completely define things. It's got the Dinobots, got the robots.
Free to play.
You're gonna be shooting people. You're gonna be on hoverboards. Like, they're doing a lot of great things too. So it's like golden age of gaming. We're entering an interesting time. The age of accessibility, options. It's getting crazy, man. It really is. So.
Yeah. And you're right, Chisno. It always takes time to
Yeah.
add content. You're absolutely correct. And that's what we're preaching here. Overall, I think between Steel and I, what we're saying is that Halo is not going anywhere. This is not
facts.
all the people,
the
bearing it already. Look, again, numbers way down. It's not good. It's not good as far as numbers go. But again, in this day and age, that means nothing, because we have seen resurgences so many times, time and time again, especially with an entrenched franchise like Halo, especially with a game that is so polished right now already. Again, this is not a broken game.
Hold on, Paul. You went on mute for a sec. Give me a moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Some things, the audio seem to have gone left. I want to make sure that I got Pong back for you all. For whatever reason, the audio has stopped going through. So make sure that's coming back through. Give me a moment. Pong, can you hear me now? Perfect. No, I wanted to make sure that you were able to hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear Pong still? Excuse me to the audio listeners. We want to make sure that you guys can hear it too.
The topic only on Xbox.
But no, if you can for me, definitely go back to say the last little bit that you were speaking on right there. As far as like what Halo's doing.
Yeah, what I was saying was that Halo is going to be here. It's not going away. Again, it's not a broken game like Outriders was that they could not recover from. Halo is a polished game that simply needs content. So if they can fix their stuff and stabilize internally so that they get to a point where they are putting out content on a regular basis, being able to expand the campaign, people are going to continue to play Halo for years and years to come. This is not a dead situation where they're buried in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Halo will be here. Halo Infinite will be here for all these years. This is not a dire situation. Is it good? No, of course not. You never want to see a free-to-play game drop off in numbers wise. But again, in this day and age, that happens all the time, and people come back to it again
every time.
And Halo, and again, Halo now versus what Halo is going to be in 2023 are going to be two completely different games, because you're going to have Forge, you're going to have co-op, you're going to have these key things that we're missing. And again, we can have the debate whether or not they need to be there. But I'm saying it's going to enhance the Halo Infinite experience. And as long as they continue to listen to the fan base and do evolve the game, and when something is not going right, they fix it. Great. Again, big team battle has been broken for too long. That's unacceptable. Okay. Get that fact. They obviously have more going on inside 343 than we are aware of, which has slowed them down, which Joseph Staten blatantly said, literally said in this blog post. If they get all that stuff fixed, this will not be a problem anymore going forward. They'll be able to adjust on the fly. Everything's going to be fine. Halo Infinite will be enjoyed by millions upon millions of people throughout this generation. It's not going to be an issue going, down the years. So we're good. We're good.
Yeah, 100%. Again, it's definitely something to be looked into. Definitely something that I'm excited to see. Again, I can be honest with people and say that, hey, I'm not playing it right now. And it's because I have other things to play. If I'm going to end up putting 1,000 hours in the Elden Ring, obviously I'm not playing Halo right now.
Steel, have you even played Lost Ark?
No, since Elden Ring has come out, no, right. I haven't touched Lost Ark.
Right, you were all over Lost Ark for a while there, and then Elden Ring came out.
And now that Elden Ring's out, I don't know if I'm going to go back to Lost Ark.
Right,
because it's like by that time, maybe I'll be back into Halo, or maybe at that time I'm back into Destiny, because I was enjoying what I was playing out of the Witch Queen. So it was like, that was really interesting. And after this, I am going to need I'm going to need that fix to get back on my PvP grind, because there is that difference. I mean, even though I can enjoy that here in Elden Ring and everything, there's other places that I can get that. Who's to say that after I beat Elden Ring, that oftentimes now I'm not playing Sekiro. I have that sitting in my backlog now. That could be the very next game that I want to play after this now. Who knows? Who could tell what happens? I might want to go back to Dying Light. We might go back to Dying Light. It's beautiful. It got a new update. We got to
go back to Dying Light.
We have to go back to Dying Light. We were having a fucking great time with that damn game.
Especially after we discovered the underwater city where we raided. Man, that game just got bigger.
Loot.
Yeah.
Mad loot. Talk about a game that had some other crazy stuff going on. Yeah, guys, look for that underground city, underwater city, I should say, in Dying Light. You'll know what we're talking about. It gets pretty deep, man.
Yeah.
But I think from that conversation, we said a lot of powerful things about Halo. Sorry for the technical difficulties for our audio listeners and for those listening on YouTube. Please, if you're enjoying the content, hit that like button, share us out, tell your mama about us, or your daddy, depending on which one you have more readily available to you. If you don't have either, tell your friend, tell your cousin, tell somebody. Living Splitscreen is here every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. So definitely appreciate you all and the love that you constantly are showing us. Nick's underwater. There's an underwater city, man. Won't spoil anything. Yeah. There's a lot of loot to be had down there, though. A lot of loot.
It's not anywhere on the map. You just kind of gotta go find it.
Yep.
It's crazy.
It's pretty dope.
There's a lot of loot down there. A lot of loot.
It's dope. Put it to you like this: we weren't expecting it.
No, not at all.
Actually, we were planning on getting off of the game. So at that point.
And then also we discovered this, and we kept randomly swimming and finding new loot. It was crazy.
It was wild. God. But since we said a lot of beautiful things about Halo, also we said are some negatives and things that we feel like 343 needs to work on. Again, passionate conversation. I always love to have those here. I think this is going to go into another passionate conversation. Again, people said there wasn't much to talk about this week, but we somehow are able to do it for over 3 hours. Never understand it, but it always works, and it's unplanned, so it's another beautiful thing. But we have to talk about Gran Turismo.
Oh, yeah.
Gran Turismo 7, otherwise known as GT7. I have a lot of issues, but I'm going to come from the perspective of someone who, A, doesn't have a PlayStation 5 right now. Right. B, I am not going to buy Gran Turismo if I ever get a PlayStation, based off of what I have seen.
Okay.
And C, it just doesn't hit that. Gran Turismo doesn't hit that same note that Forza has for me over the years. Again, I'll also be honest to say that I probably haven't played Gran Turismo since 2 or 3, and Forza has definitely taken over my life from that point, kind of from the first Forza on forward. So I just want to give you those perspectives being up front. I'm also somebody who understands that you can look at gameplay. Again, we live in 2022. We live in a digital era. I don't have to play a game myself to at least give you an outside opinion or perspective on how the game looks and how it comes across to me.
Correct.
Now, I can't say how it feels.
Nope.
And I won't speak on how it feels.
Correct.
But I can tell you right now, from what I've seen, I don't think my feeling is going to be that great either when I have other games to compare it to, especially since visuals mean a lot when it comes to the racing experience. You know, when you're driving a car, you don't want the car to feel static. You want the car to feel like it's going around the corners, and you want to feel like when you're going from 0 to 60, that you feel that speed, and that can be very difficult to obtain. Again, people say Sonic has a hard time obtaining this feature of being able to perceive speed. I still think that Gran Turismo has that very same issue. Visual, at least looking at it. From the outside looking in, there's a few problems. And then I'll also go into an article because there are some other things that are quite questionable about GT7's microtransactions. Now, they're going to be to each their own. I don't have a full understanding. I know you've talked to Fuzzy, shout out to Fuzzy Belvedere, who is more of an advocate for these things, has hands-on experience. Definitely check him out. A reliable source in the community. Great dude. Has excellent knowledge, and I know that you have some of the perspective.
Racing game fanatic.
He is a racing game fanatic.
He worked in... He just retired, but he worked in auto. He sold auto parts for years, like
so
big time auto parts. Yeah, he's been in and around cars forever, and really gets down to the nitty and gritty when it comes to racing games.
So he 100% understands. For me, I am a racing aficionado, but I'm not that to that same level. I like the racing part. I would love to have a tuner that just tune cars for me so that I could drive them. And then I'd probably go professional with Forza at that point. I'm not gonna lie to you, but because I love the driving aspect. I really take that part seriously. Tuning can be fun, but it's way too tedious for me. I just don't have that type of time anymore. For me, there was some gameplay that I reposted. And this was one of the things that I was on about when I first saw gameplay for this game, because they were only showing us cockpit view gameplay. I was like, oh, that looks good. Yeah, it does look a little bit, but it looks better than Forza in these scenes, and I can understand why people feel that way, and it looks good, and the lighting looks good. Great. But I was like, where's the third player? Where's the third person experience at? Where's that view at? They're not showing us this at all, which made me very worried, because I don't play cockpit view when I play racing games. I don't. It's cool, it's cute. If I had a full racing setup, that might be something different, where I had a dashboard, I got the wheel. I think that would be completely different. But I like to be able to see my cars. Why? Because I don't have all the money in the world to have every car that I end up driving in these games. And when I put these crazy paints on them, I want to be able to really see them. I want to see how they drive, how they perform. If I fishtail out a little, I want to see how it swings out into these corners sometimes. Or if I hit a little bit of grass, how that dirt comes up from behind the car. There's certain things that you can't see in cockpit view that you can see in third person, which adds so much more depth to the game. Motorsport is able to hit those notes since the second game. Gran Turismo, for whatever reason, to me, feels very flat. somebody used the example, and I'm gonna see if I can actually pull the exact quote that they use. And I'm also gonna say, shout out to the person, Alpha 1906, otherwise known as @Naughty9 on Twitter, says, man, I know I'm not the only one, but does it seem like GT7, the car is static and you control the environment? I may be describing it wrong, but watching all the GT7 videos, especially the tumbling environment, something feels off. Excuse me. The reason that I bring that quote up in the quote into this is because that's exactly how I feel. The car feels extremely static. It kind of reminds me of those old school RC games back in the day, where it's just like, everything's on a flat plane and the car is just kind of moving like this. Whereas like, this is like the complete opposite. Like, why are you more so moving the environment than you're moving the car? Like the plane feels, it doesn't feel like the car is part of the world. It feels completely opposite to me, and it's really weird. And it's very noticeable to at least me. And that is what part of the reason why I stopped playing Gran Turismo, because that was the biggest difference from Forza Motorsport to Gran Turismo, is that the cars actually felt like cars. They felt when you're going around corners, where you're driving around, no matter what perspective that you were in. Yes, the first person cockpit view wasn't always the best, but even in that, it still felt natural. Whereas in GT, it still does not feel natural. It does not look good. The game doesn't look good in third person. When you got the car, when you're renting the car, and
except for the
everything
replays.
else, the replays, oh my God. Now, the replays, that's something different.
Yeah.
Ooh, hey, you knocked out replays. That's nice. I do want Forza to take replays a bit more seriously, especially with the different camera angles, because Turismo's been able to always do that. Make it look good. Again, Sony selling you that dream. Which is something I always want Forza to do, because if Forza does it and they do it right, oh my God. If Forza, if Motorsport has the same replay system as Gran Turismo, there's no competing anymore. There'd be no competition. But
anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack you.
No, you're good. Now, it could be stuff Sean said, pole position confirmed. It could be just camera settings and the way they have the game set up. I heard Fuzzy say that there are some camera settings you can change. You can get a little bit more of that Forza effect. Although, me being a Forza fan, I'm really a racer fan overall, I feel like I would still be able to see the difference. When you put gameplay side to side, you put Motorsport 7 against Gran Turismo 7, Motorsport 7 still looks better. It looks at least more appealing. Just presentation wise. At least in third person view to me. When I look at Gran Turismo 7, it looks like a game. Which I thought we were getting into an area of more realism than anything else. Because you look at Horizon 5, and it doesn't necessarily look like a game all the time. Now, different game, different style. Horizon 5 is more of an arcade racer. They've also, now I'm not saying that that's perfect either. There's pop-ins, multiplayer is not the greatest. There's a lot of other things that need to be worked on that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Motorsport 7 is the greatest, because I damn sure wish that Forza had, because the one thing I do miss about Gran Turismo is that class system, getting those gold trophies. There was no better feeling than that. Getting the gold, you're like, hey, I'm the fucking greatest. Nobody could beat me. You didn't have to play online as long as you got gold. And there was something about seeing that icon turn around and you get that gold medal that it's kind of like, again, people use the comparison. Forza Motorsport and Gran Turismo are the souls of racing games. 100%. There is no better comparison. That's exactly what they are. GT does do better, at least give you that presentation of the game. Hey, here's a car, here's the level, how, from what I remember, and I heard some kind of painful things to hear this time around that they still haven't gotten it right. But from what I remember, it's here's the car, upgrade that car, learn about the car. As you get better, you unlock more classes. Here's the parts. Upgrade your car. That was part of the reason that why I approached Forza Motorsport in such an aspect to where they kind of changed it. I could go to any car that I had, as long as it was in that class, tune it, or put certain parts on it that I wanted to put on there, me having a somewhat of an understanding. I'm pretty sure you probably did some of the same things, Pong, but as someone who has somewhat of an understanding of how cars work, put on certain things so that I can get certain performance out of my vehicles. Now it seemed like it's kind of different from that, especially in motorsport, where they've kind of like, yo, you had to have this specific thing. If you didn't have this specific setup, we wasn't going to let you race. I didn't like that, which is kind of why I stopped playing motorsport. Again, I stopped putting time into motorsport. Again, timing is always going to be a thing. I stopped playing motorsport after 5. So I haven't been on it, motorsport specifically, for a while, but I have been on the Horizon series. But needless to say, Gran Turismo to me is doing a lot of things, going in the right direction as far as those who are still interested in the genre, in Gran Turismo, the IP itself, but it's still doing a lot more wrong, at least to me visually. And why I'm going to say, because I am a gamer who can look at something and know whether it's for me or not, I'm not ever going to put time in this title. I could get a PlayStation 5 tomorrow. I'm not playing Gran Turismo because it does not look good enough. It does not do enough to entice me, especially when I have Horizon 5 I could just go back to and play. I'd rather spend my time playing that until Motorsport comes out. Personally. Again, to each their own. I understand why people like it. It is a different experience, and I'm not saying that it's a terrible game. Now, the fact that it got an 88, or an 86 now, or whatever the case may be, for as far as a racing title goes, you guys mad it didn't get as good as a score as Horizon? What did you expect? Gran Turismo can only do so much. Cross-gen title, obviously it's not impressing enough, because if it was, it probably would get higher. And you can say that's biased or whatever else the case might be, but you can't go look at Horizon 5 and not say that game doesn't look beautiful. Whereas in this game, there's obvious moments that don't look the greatest. And it's a lot of the time, to me. Just because you give me more reflections doesn't make the game more alive. I could care less. The car's more shiny than it was before. That doesn't do anything for me. How does the game look overall? How does it present itself to me? And they kind of basing off of that. Again, it is a step forward as far as like you see if you're looking at GT and comparing it to itself. But I do think that this is going to be, if Gran Turismo 7 did one thing for me, it is 100%. I am now more excited for Motorsport 8 than I ever was previously. Because if it's going to be current gen only, I have a feeling like Turn 10 is about to turn the industry on its head and set a new expectation of what sim racing truly is. Now, they have a lot to prove because, goddamn, that story mode is not the greatest, or the career is not the greatest. So they have a lot to prove on that front to keep people involved. But because of Horizon, I think they have a lot of leeway to get people, especially if it's going to drop, if it does something similar to what Horizon did, again, drop it into Game Pass, you give people the early access for the DLC price. Therefore, you're helping people now get future DLC for the game, get it for a discount. If they do the same type of thing, you can see another like jaw-dropping thing happen that we've seen from Horizon. Oh, more people have tried this simulation racing genre out than ever before. So many people are interested. I think the same kind of effect is going to end up happening. It gets me really excited. I'm super like I want Turn 10 to come out and say this is what racing is. Well, this is what racing is about, and then just come out with a stellar presentation. Because the other thing too is that I believe this game does have a 30 FPS resolution mode. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've played racing games at 60 FPS, I can tell you there's no way they're going back to 30. The amount of visual difference is not good enough to sacrifice a racing game playing at 30 FPS. It doesn't feel it. 60 is what racers need and should be from this point forward.
120 should actually be shot for, because
120 is different.
Dirt 5 and 120. Oh,
it's completely different. I mean, the faster the better for sure. The faster
the responsiveness,
the better.
because of response time. That's what you need in racing games, and that's what's so important about those frames. So
100%. So I mean, look, people were capping forward and said they were joining in Horizon. Cool. If that's what you like, Horizon Forbidden West. 30's cool. If 30's cool for you in this, cool. Hey man,
Horizon.
You do this.
Not Forbidden West.
No, I mean we capping for 30 for Horizon Forbidden West.
There was people capping. There was people capping for it in Forza Horizon 5 too.
Horizon 5 too at 30. And I'm here to tell you, no. And like Nick says, I'll probably wait for Forza Motorsport 8 to see the comparison versus GT7. But what's not going to be good for GT7 is if Forza Motorsport 8 comes out and you just go look at Motorsport 7, please. Ladies and gentlemen, just go look at the way that game looks and the way the game presents itself, and then put it with side by side. They have similar tracks to each other. If you need to, go put on the same track, use the same car, and just look how the game looks compared to each other. I'm going to tell you, there are some very stark differences. I've done it. I'm telling you. Sure, it's an improvement for Gran Turismo, but for your competitor, because that's the way that I look at it, because they're both in the same aspect. For your competitor, I don't think it's enough of a jump to even remotely scare Turn 10 and be like, oh man, I don't know if we could top this. I think Turn 10 is looking at this like, oh, that's all Polyphony got? Okay. We're about to blow this out of the water. So that's just me. Again, I could be biased, but Pong, how are you feeling about this whole Gran Turismo? Does this bring Gran Turismo back up to the grand stage? Or does this make you want to get it, or does it make you want to get it or invest in it when you get that PlayStation console?
Wow, where does it begin? First of all, let me start with a get some help segment real quick. Hey, okay. Look, clowns, you continuously find ways to push your clownliness further and further. Look, if you're one of these fools out here who's actually taking a game from 2022 in replay mode and comparing it to a game from 2017.
Come on. Don't compare replay.
Look, you got severe issues that go well beyond anything that we've talked. I keep thinking that the goalposts could not be moved further. I keep thinking that you could not find a new way to show how ridiculous of a person you actually are at this point. But you, as an adult, supposedly an adult human being, taking a game from 2022 in replay mode and comparing those shots to a game from 2017 and saying, look how much better this is.
Oh my God.
Your ridiculousness has gone to a whole nother stratosphere. And I'm sorry. I get some freaking help. First of all, you're not even a serious person at this point anymore. This is just absolutely, utterly ridiculous. So I'll start there with get some help. Look, number one, Polyphony for me, I respect them where they stand in the history of video games, right? Yes. We always talk about the history of video games. Polyphony set the bar and came out with a new standard for sim racing back in the day. Polyphony themselves as developers are hardcore car fans. They believe in what they are doing. They enjoy what they are doing. They have passion for cars, okay?
Yes.
And racing. I will take nothing away from them whatsoever because, again, without them, who knows where we would be at. Forza got created to specifically Turn 10 take on Polyphony because Turn 10 as developers have that same passion for cars, the car scene, racing,
Yes.
all of it. And they looked at Polyphony and said, that's the bar. We want to take it to another level. We are shooting for them. And ever since they started the first Forza, you could see what they've done to get to that point and then surpass Polyphony. Polyphony, unfortunately, has not internally, for whatever reason, looked at Forza and said, hey, what do we need to do to take our game to that next level? I think there's a lot of pride over at Polyphony, and I think that they've kind of they fought against doing that exact that thing and saying, hey, what can we take from Forza to make our game that much better,
right,
and to maybe start competing again on that level. Now, again, it's all opinion. It's all opinion at the end of the day, and somebody can come in here and argue why Gran Turismo is still a better game. That's fine. Okay. It's all opinion, but I would say that overall, if you put the two side by side, that people would see, as far as from the racing goes, that Forza has taken the crown and is the king of racing. Okay.
Right.
That period, point blank. Now, Polyphony does do some things better that I wish Forza would take from. You already touched on it, Steel. We touched on it. The replay system is, look, it's uncanny. Okay. There is moments in that Forza has a great replay system. They are close. But when you look at a Gran Turismo replay, there is something almost to the point passing the squint test where it's like, dang, that looks real, like to another level. Like, so for me, that's one of them. Another thing is presentation. Now, again, that's opinion. Some people really like the Forza presentation. I like the classiness of a Gran Turismo a presentation. I just like, there's something about the clean look to their whole entire menu system that I just really enjoy. It's little touches that they do that make that stand out up and beyond Forza for me. So Gran Turismo for me, though, fell off a long time ago. I was a huge Gran Turismo fan up until about 3, and then it fell off. The last Gran Turismos, especially Gran Turismo Sport, felt like partial games. They did not feel like whole games. I was hoping Gran Turismo 7 would feel like a whole game again. And to some degree, from what I've seen, again, just like Steele said, don't own a PlayStation 5, haven't touched the game at all, just going visually by what I'm seeing. I've watched all the bad stuff. I've watched a lot of the good stuff too that people have put out there. I looked at a lot of reviews, and there's been a lot of great stuff that I've seen on top of the bad stuff. Let's start with the bad stuff. Polyphony has always had a problem with physics. Okay. Physics has always been an issue, and I don't know why, for a company that has been this long in the racing genre, with how tech has advanced, with how Turn 10 has shown that you can take real world physics and keep reiterating upon them and making them better and better and better. Right. Polyphony, in a lot of ways, their physics still seems stuck back in the PS2 days. Seen videos, and again, not saying that's the entire game, but I've seen some videos of some egregious physics problems. Okay. Also with, like you were saying, Steele, how the cars seem to look when you're in that third person mode, they seem really stiff, like compared to Forza, in which you get a lot of the natural movement and undulations that you will have in real life with a car that's driving down the road. And for Polyphony and Gran Turismo 7, it just seems like they have not found a way to implement a lot of that. And so that's why the cars just really do appear to be stiff while you're driving them. Mm-hmm. That sense of speed, Steele, you touched on it. Now, I've heard from some reviewers that they have actually improved that sense of speed. Again, until I personally experience it, I can't compare it to a Forza in any way, shape, or form. I can say from the videos that I'm seeing, it doesn't look like they brought it up to Forza level yet. Again, when you're driving 200 miles per hour in a McLaren, it should not feel like you're driving 30 miles per hour on a moped. Okay. There's going to be a difference there. Yeah. Not every car has the same sense of speed. Mm-hmm. A Civic versus a Lamborghini is not going to have the same sense of speed. Even if the cars are both doing 110 miles per hour, there's still going to be a difference in there. Okay. That's just because of the styling of the car and everything else. But I would like to see that improve more. Again, until I get hands on with it, I wouldn't be able to tell for sure if they've done more to be better at that. From Steele's aspect, he touched on whether or not he would buy this game. If I got a PlayStation 5, I would buy this game. There's enough to this Gran Turismo. I think that they've gotten better. This Gran Turismo feels more complete as an overall package than the previous Gran Turismos has, and I would love to get back to try it out again because there are some aspects that I do enjoy to Gran Turismo. Much like Mav, some of the licensing I like. Starting from scratch, buying a used car in which you have to oil change and have to, do all that kind of stuff. I love those little touches, right? Going into the used car menu and buying a 1992 Mitsubishi 3000 GT with 130,000 miles on it that may not have the horsepower brand new one did. That still appeals to me just as a car guy. Like that's kind of cool, right? So that kind of stuff I would go experience. I like that. I love the history that they put into their games as far as the car history goes the museum and that kind of stuff. That stuff interests me. Again, that's not for everybody. Again, Gran Turismo is never going to be a Forza Horizon where you have people that aren't car people jumping into it. This is strictly for car people. Okay. This is legit. A lot of their touches that they do will not even appeal to some casual racing fans who still buy Gran Turismo. But for me, as a hardcore car guy, going to learn the history of how a model of a Porsche was created or came up with, yeah, that's cool to me. I want to go in there and read some of that and see some of the old pictures. So that stuff is cool. I said I was going to start with the bad, and here I go on about the good. Anyways, I'm mixing them now together as I do. So again, what I've seen is an improvement over the past. And I think the score shows that it is an improvement. Now, what I will say about the score, and again, who cares about Metacritic, but overall, I'm just talking about the review process here in general. Shady, unacceptable behavior on the part of Sony, Polyphony, whoever made the decision to lock out the microtransactions so that the reviewers could not see what they were going to be charging for those microtransactions, so they could not speak on them directly in the reviews. What they appears to me have done here is created a games as a service type game without calling it a games as a service type game. This could be one of those 10 games as a service that Jim Ryan was talking about from what they've done here. This is a game that does not seem complete. It does seem better than the previous ones, but that's not a high watermark, but it does not seem complete. But withholding those microtransactions and not allowing reviewers to see what they were going to be charging for a car. Again, I have zero problem with microtransactions. I have zero problem with games as a service. You and I've had this discussion before. However, if you're going to sell a game at $70 and then include microtransactions that the last iteration you put out in Gran Turismo Sport were $5, and you're now going to increase that to $40 for one car, that's something that should be transparent. That's something you should probably give the reviewers a chance to talk about in their articles, so people buying the game based upon reviews. Again, there's still people out there that do that. For somebody just reading it, for the mass market out there that aren't in this community, that still go to the IGNs, that still go to these places to read a review before they buy a game, for them to go pick up this game for $70 and then open it up, and yes, it's optional. Yes, you can earn all the credits. I have zero problem with that. But for somebody to open up and say, hey, I play Gran Turismo Sport, you know what? With Gran Turismo Sport, I bought a couple cars for $5 here and there. I spent like $10. I bought a couple of my favorite cars because I didn't want to take the time to earn. I just want them out the gate. For them to buy that game, bring it home, pop it into their PS5, open up the section and see $40 for one vehicle. bro, come on. That is shady as all get out. That is blatantly hiding an aspect of your game that you knew reviewers would bring up, that you did not want out there in those initial reviews. That is shady, shady, shady stuff. And I will call that out. Again, I have zero problems. That's up to Polyphony and Sony. They want to charge $40 for a car. Cool. Go ahead and charge $40 for a car, man. Go go right ahead, man. Go for it. Like, you're trying to go for the ultra whales out there at that point. Okay. Yeah. So that's on you. But again, to hide it, I don't agree with whatsoever. Another aspect of this, and I'm going to thanks again to Fuzzy in the DMs. Anybody wants to hear in-depth Gran Turismo. I know some people were asking about whether or not Fuzzy does videos. PTK Blam's trying to push Fuzzy. Fuzzy talked about that now that he's retired, that he wants to start doing videos. 100%. And I hope he does, because he does bring a ton of knowledge when it comes to this. But if you want to hear more, drop it in the Shop podcast tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern over on PTK Blam's channel. One of the topics is Gran Turismo. Fuzzy will be deep diving. He already was writing down a bunch of points. But anyways, in our DMs, I asked him some questions about some of the stuff. There was another report that came out yesterday, Steele, saying there were only 10 to 15 cars in Gran Turismo 7 that were newer than 2017.
Oh, you didn't know any cars? No cars have come out since then.
Right. No cars have come out then. So I asked Fuzzy in the DMs, and I asked him, hey, can you check this out? Because again, Fuzzy bought this game. He bought the $100 version. In fact, this is how much he loved it. So he's been playing it. So he does have hands-on knowledge with this. So he came back and said, not counting prototypes and not counting race cars. So we're talking about the street, the regular manufactured cars. Yeah, regular cars. There are 15 vehicles newer than 2017. One is a Toyota Tundra, and 2 are near identical Supras, 2019 and 2020. The 2020 just has 50 more horsepower. So there's only 15 vehicles. He said with prototypes, there's 20 more that are newer because they're prototypes, obviously. Right. So they're newer, 20 more. And with race cars, there's about 40. Okay. For the race cars, like we're talking about F1, that kind of stuff. Okay. So otherwise, that's it. So again, not even including the new Vet is not in there. He said the new Ford Mustang GT350 and Shelby GT500 are also MIA. So I had a little discussion with him. This is when I said, boy, it sounds like they're doing a games as a service without calling it and charging $70 on top of it. And he said that the base foundation is solid, but I get the feeling Polyphony was told to wrap it up before release, no more time perfecting details. He said that this is going to be an ongoing game where they just keep adding new vehicles. Like we know, I mean, again, Forza does this too, but they include newer vehicles up front. Like they have like a pretty good amount. He also went on to add no new McLarens, no new Lamborghinis whatsoever. He said the latest Porsche street car is 2016.
I mean, Porsche is always like fucking picky as hell. And
Right. But bro, Forza Horizon got newer Porsches in 2016.
Yeah, no, they do.
Okay, so obviously that goes into the licensing aspect of this. Polyphony has come out too. They did an interview after this with Push Square. Push Square got some quotes from them. Actually came out on their official website, and they did talk about how they already have a roadmap for new courses, new cars, new world circuit events, more mission races, more music rally songs, more engine parts to swap, new lobby features, new time trials for sport mode, and obviously improvements to the penalty algorithm and overall quality of online racing. So yeah, they are still got plans for big expansions on this game, much like a games as a service. It seems like Fuzzy said they were kind of told to wrap it up, and then they just went, cool, we'll just keep adding to it through the next year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever the case may be. And we're just going to keep dropping vehicles that way, but not to include newer vehicles, at least a good amount. You don't have to include all of them, obviously. Again, I expect car packs. I expect, being able to buy cars. We see that all the time. That's nothing new. Forza has been doing that forever. That's fine with me, but at least have a good selection of new vehicles. At least have some of the big ones out there. Again, does this go back to not wanting to pay for the licensing? does this go into Sony saying, hey, we need more games that are going to hold engagement for longer periods of time. So let's stretch out Gran Turismo. Let's put as much DLC in there as we possibly can. Still charge $70. We don't know. But again, a lot of this, as much as I said, this feels like a more complete Gran Turismo game, there's still a lot missing, it seems, out of this one. And so that is a little bit disingenuous from their standpoint. Again, It is what it is. We're in this day and age. Games do it all the time. Just would have liked to know up front, Forza at least gave us all the cars that were going to be released. Like they kept telling us, like, hey, here's a new batch of cars that we're going to have in the game. So we kind of had a good idea, because if your favorite car is not in there when you buy the game and you can't even earn it because it's just not available, bro, that's part of car games, right? So I'm a Ferrari collector. I knew how many Ferraris were going to be in the opening of Forza Horizon 5. That was my main goal, was to go collect Ferraris. Guess what I did? Go collect Ferraris, but they added to it. But I knew up front there was a great selection of Ferraris in there, and some of my favorites were included. So I was like, sweet. Again, that's kind of being a car person. You kind of look for those cars that you love, and you kind of want to get those. That's part of the game, collecting them, right? So to me, that's a little bit whatever. But but some good personal thoughts from Fuzzy. Shout out to Fuzzy again for hitting us up in the DMs and talking about it. And he's going to talk more in depth tonight. I can guarantee it on the Shop podcast. But overall, it's a step in the right direction for Polyphony as far as this game goes. They've got a lot to work on, and I wish they would start coming more current with some of this stuff. Detail wise, they've got it. Like car detail wise, environment details, that's a whole nother thing. Like the NPCs on the side of the road, like we've seen those screenshots compared to Forza Horizon. My God, we're talking about PS2, like reusing assets from PS2. I don't care so much about that. Like I never have a problem with that. It's a sim racer. I'm on a track. I'm not in the open world like Forza Horizon. Forza Motorsport does a better job in the environments overall, obviously, than Gran Turismo does. But at the end of the day, when I'm doing 150 miles per hour, I don't care what the outside looks like. It's a detail that, yes, in today's world, they should probably spend some more time on, because it's not that big a deal anymore to create those environmental assets. But car detail wise, their cars are more detailed than Forza. Okay, their cars, when you get down to the stitching, when you get down to the taillights, when you get down to the nitty and gritty, not everybody cares. They do put more time into the car models than a Forza does. Forza looks gorgeous. Forza is beyond good enough for when you're racing and doing all that kind of stuff. Polyphony puts the focus there because they like all the little touches when you go, and they expect you to go to like the cafe and do the picture mode and that kind of stuff. That's what they pride themselves in, and you can see it. That's still all there. Like I said, all the things that I've seen as far as replays go, picture mode goes. The name of what they use is blanking right now. There's a specific name you use for picture mode. But all of that stuff is top notch. I mean, it's off the charts. It's some of the stuff that I wish Forza would take. So all that's still there. Just the other stuff that I wish they would come more current with. But again, step in the right direction. Is it by any means a return to the way they were? No, because I don't think they still reached the bar that Forza has overall in the package. So I don't think so. I think they're still behind, and they're behind by more than 2 car lengths, pun intended. So I think that they do have some more to catch up here. And like you said, Steel, thinking about Forza Motorsport, if that launches this year, this is the first time in a long time we'll have both a Gran Turismo and a Motorsport launch in the same year. Bro, like again, is Forza Motorsport going to be complete as a games as a service when it comes out? No, but if they continue to market it as a games as a service, I don't have a problem with that. So is it going to be missing things that maybe we're talking about right here? Yeah, it could be. But at the end of the day, I can't wait to see what Motorsport looks like. Current gen only. Again, this is a cross-gen game in Gran Turismo, so not the same, but Motorsport is going to set what is already a high bar. They're going to begin pulling away even further from Gran Turismo, and with the way that Polyphony works, we're probably not going to get another Gran Turismo this generation. Maybe we will, but the way how slow Polyphony is, I don't think so. So Motorsport is just going to increase their lead in this category even more so if it's anywhere near the quality that we know Turn 10 can put out with a brand new engine, current gen only consoles. Man, we could see such a leap ahead, bro. It could be almost uncatchable at that point for Gran Turismo trying to catch up to Forza. So yeah, no, great stuff though. Again, I saw a lot. There's a lot I like about Gran Turismo. I would pick it up, but it's still not up to par with what we should come to expect now. So
yeah, and that's just the biggest thing for me. Again, there's always been those kind of two fences, right? You have people that are more into Gran Turismo. You have the other side who's more into Forza, especially since after Forza came into the picture. And no matter what side that you're playing on, man, it's the biggest thing is we as people who are in car enthusiasts who are into that, as long as we're getting a consistent better experience. Again, I do want these racers to be able to live on for longer. Again, to just update it, add more cars over time, and give that full life. Just because I feel like it's more of an acceptable way. Again, you get all these cars that don't get put into the game until a year or two later, and then you're getting ready to put out another game. It's like, no, just let this live, and whatever you want to do, if you want to update this current game, which is why I think a lot of different devs and studios are trying to make their own engines and use assets that they can upgrade and update and everything else, is probably part of that. I hope that this is definitely going to be that for them. But again, it just gets me excited for motorsport. So, other than that, great GT discussion on that. Definitely feel like we touched it on both sides as far as that goes. Nick says cars can't shoot out red shells. It's a pass. What is it? What is this, James Bond all of a sudden? Oh,
and one little last tidbit on Gran Turismo versus Forza 2, because I saw Shizno say I don't want an incomplete game even if his game's a service. And I agree with 100%. You. And I think Turn 10 understands that. What I'm saying is that because they are supposedly, again, we don't even have official marketing. We haven't seen anything, but supposedly, since that's the road they're going down, they're going to market that way. But I think Turn 10 understands what's necessary to have there at launch for it to be successful. I don't think they're going to necessarily purposefully skip things just because they know they can add it later on. But I think that I just think that, because if they do try to get it out this year with the new engine and all that kind of stuff, it could be a little bit less than what we're used to. Just let me throw this stat out there. Gran Turismo 7 at launch has just over 420 cars available. For Forza Motorsport 7 back in 2017 had over 700 cars available, and it wound up with 900 total after 2 years of support, right? Yep. So again, for just over 420 to 700, there's a lot in between there. If Forza Motorsport comes out with, let's say, 550 or 600 cars versus the 7, I'm not going to complain if they're saying that they are going to add those later. I'm not going to complain about that kind of difference is what I'm talking about with the new setup. I'm not going to complain about that. Again, that's a big, huge, wide margin. That's over 280 vehicles difference. I mean, that's crazy. So, and we could probably expect Gran Turismo at the end of the day probably to wind up in the, high 500s, maybe low 600s by the time it's all said and done. Whereas Motorsport, again, 900 plus cars when they stopped giving new cars 2 years after 2017, so 2019. That's crazy. That's a lot of vehicles. Turn 10 understands what car people want for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. I just want them to put more wide bodies in their fucking game.
Absolutely. That's one thing Gran Turismo does have is wide body kits.
Like, man. God damn.
Freaking need those wide bodies, man.
Like, Forza be acting like customization to cars just doesn't exist.
Right. They do need to improve that. Yes.
And there's so many more cars that you're giving me that I could put wide bodies on. Like, bro. Like, that's all I want. Just give me wide bodies. Like, wide bodies for more than like 30 cars. I mean, like, goddamn.
Those thick cars, baby.
Hey,
Let's go.
I like them thick in the back. Anyway, this is a whole different conversation. I think that was a great Gran Turismo conversation. Paul, is there anything else that you can think of that you kind of want to touch on as we're getting ramped up into the end of the show?
Nah, man, no? we can go make me feel old. That's fine.
We're gonna make you feel old now.
Unless you got something.
No, I don't have nothing else currently.
I think we crushed it, man. I mean, there's always smaller topics that we could talk on for another 2 hours, but man, you know,
I don't know how we almost did what we got going on right now.
Hey, whatever.
It's so great, man. I love it.
It is. It's awesome.
Being able to podcast is amazing. Being able to podcast with my brother from another Pong is also an amazing thing. Again, two different perspectives, but we also end up agreeing on a lot of our points, which is again, we don't purposely do that. And then one thing, Fahim Scott says, so we slandering GT7. That's what we're doing now. Hey, man. No, we're not slandering it.
Like I said, I would buy it, so I'm not slandering it at all.
No, I wouldn't. I would buy it. But if you want to take that as slander, hey, it is what it is. I know what I enjoy out of my experience. And again, that's one thing that I'm always going to preach to every gamer. If anybody asks me, what's one thing that I should take in consideration in gaming? And that's going to be, have your own opinion. Like,
exactly.
Speak on your own opinions. And speak with conviction, man. That's the other thing that makes, especially the gaming community, so great. Honestly, any community, I think we as people overall should be able to sit down, have a discussion, agree to disagree, or agree on certain topics. And even if we want to play devil's advocate sometimes, I'm nothing wrong with that. Definitely let it be known, because some people do it in a trolly way when it's not funny and they think they're funny. You got to let people know that they're not Richard Pryor or Jamie Foxx or Martin Lawrence or any of the great comedics from back in the day that still have some relevance now. But yeah, man, it's just, I love being able to do this. I love being able to have these conversations with y'all. No, and 100%, Fahim. GT7 could definitely be an excellent game, and I want it to be an excellent game. But what I was getting to was that you have to know what you stand for as a gamer, man, or what you stand for as a person. We have so much access to technology now that you don't have to be ignorant. Like, you really don't. And then if you are ignorant, if people care about you enough, they're going to sit down and have a conversation with you. It's like I was telling Paul earlier, man. I'm not a huge politics dude. I'm not super involved with the whole worldly thing we got going on with Russia and the Ukraine right now. But when you look into it, there's a lot of crazy shit, man. There's a lot of other things that need our attention and need our focus, other than gaming. One of our passions do, but even with that, you know what I mean? If I'm not that biggest dude, I know I can come to Paul and be like, look, man, break this down for me real quick. What is really going on? And then we can have a conversation from there, because wrong is wrong and right is right still at the end of the day. And there's nothing wrong with having open conversation and kind of just being honest with each other and finding out who your people are. Because again, the same way that there's a game out there for everybody, just that every game isn't for everyone. There's people out there for everybody, but everybody isn't for everyone. Like, it could be just as true.
True.
And and I guess that could be a little life lesson. What you learned from Living Splitscreen this morning, the LSS lessons.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, no, much love to you too, Fahim. Much love to you.
Yeah, another part of the reason why we love doing this.
That's why we do this here. We don't do the other nonsense, and we don't. It's always open for discussion. It's always open for debate. And Steel and I do try to bring the good side and any criticisms necessary on both. And again, it's just our opinions. This is an opinion-based show. We present facts when they are available, but otherwise we're just giving opinions. That's all we're doing, and we can disagree, and it doesn't matter at the end of the day. We're going to have a discussion about it and just talk about what we see or what we feel and our impressions, and that's it. That's what we're going to do. Yep.
100%. That's what makes this amazing, man. Again,
shout out to Titan Drago showing up as well. Shizno, the Fifth Horseman 5.
Hey.
Stuff Sean's been in here for a long time. Stuff Sean, good to see you, brother. Brandon X, good to see you as well. Just trying to shout out some of the new people that showed up in here. Caitlin, thank you so much for dropping in. Retro Nerd, of course, was in here. Who else did we have showing up in here late? Soul Khan, I see you. Thank you for showing up. Absolutely. Archangel 1924, thank you for showing up here. Dragonheart Yobi, the legend himself, legendary human being. That man, I always say I'm an energy guy. Look, Dragonheart Yobi has some of the best energy I've ever been around in my life, man. The dude is awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Great to see you in here, sir. You always bring it. Man, just so many great people showed up here. Splendiferous in the house as well. Thank you. He said he had a busy morning. Totally understand that, man. Real life. That's why we stay on the air for 3+ hours, because even if you're busy, we'll probably still be here when you're done being busy, right? Yeah. So, hey, that's why we do this. But no, appreciate every single one of you. Nothing but love and respect. I love you all for coming out here. So, Steel, what do you think? You're going to make me feel old again?
Yeah, I got to make you feel old. So with this, you already know what time it is. And if you don't know, we're getting into the This Day in Gaming segment, where we go over 30 years of gaming history on this specific day. And again, we do it because gaming is art and should be treated as such. Not only that, but just to kind of give you some remembrance on older games. I always like to go back and see where we've kind of come from, to see where we are today, because when you look at a game like Elden Ring and you go back and you look at a game like Rampage back in the day, you're like, well, God damn, those are like two different types of things. I never thought that we would be where we're at today. Especially when I have some of those memories thinking about games from back in the day. So,
hey, real quick, Steel, Fahim came in with the question that has been on lots of people's minds, and we've discussed plenty of times here, but real quick, Fahim asked, I want to play Elden Ring, but I fear it a little. What should I do?
Hey, look.
Go ahead, Steel. You do it. You do yours.
I'm always going to downplay, and I'm always going to tell you that, look, I want you to have genuine interest, because even if you get to a point where you need help, it's always appealing to me when I know you're engaged. When I know that you don't have a problem looking up a video or so to get involved, or whatever the case may be, because it is one of those games that it may take a little bit of that, so that you have a full understanding. Because even me, as someone who is 81 hours in the game, 81 plus hours in the game, I don't have a full understanding of everything. And I've literally just explored. There was a couple pieces of armor that I've actually looked up on YouTube because I wanted them specifically. Once I saw them, I was like, damn, I want to see if I can go get that. But even then, it's not like I'm watching to them succession. I'm just watching them to get a kind of idea where I need to go and then take it over from there. But if there wasn't that interest there already, I wouldn't suggest it. The only other thing that I could do for you is watch some gameplay. Like, I know you see some gameplay here. I know it's not the most visible. I got to play split screen for a reason, because we're living split screen, and I want to make it seem like there's double action gameplay going on. I think that's just a dope thing. But definitely check out some gameplay. Find a couple people that you feel like their opinion is valid, and then go based off of that. Give it a shot. Again, I've heard too many people come back to me and say, damn, I don't like Souls games, but I'm liking what this game is giving me. And Pong is a perfect example of that. And if you like what Pong gives you, you like his opinion, he could be a number one example, a number one reason to why you jump in. Again, it's a $60 game. And coming from an era from where, this is to everybody, not just Fahim or whatever the case, this is to anybody, even those listening on the back end. We come from an era for paying top dollar for our games. That's not going to go away. We have more ways to get games of that quality through services like Game Pass. But sometimes, if you do have interest in something, you have to take that leap. To me, I think Elden Ring is worth the leap. 100%. But you have to make that decision as a gamer, whether you want to deal with that. What do you want to add on, Paul?
I just want to add on, Fahim, again, like Steel said, you got to know yourself and you got to know what you're willing to risk, because it is a risk going and getting that game. If you're not into Souls games, number one, it is a Souls game at its core. Okay. However, the open world changes that mechanic to a degree. And for me, it's a big enough degree. The sense of exploration, the sense of discovery, as I've said a million trillion times, is what gets me about this world. It is one of the best open world created games that I've played. It's up there with the Red Deads. It's up there with the Skyrims, the Elder Scrolls in general, the Fallouts. It's up there with all of them from an open world standpoint. So if the world interests you and you go in understanding that each time you battle something, you are going to have to be patient with yourself and kind of learn how this all works, because every enemy is different. If you have that in you to do so, then I think it is worth your time. For me, it has been worth the price of admission already, 15 hours and 18 hours and whatever I am. It's already worth the price of admission, even though I have failed miserably on other Souls games previously and had actually sworn them off. I love them. I love the aesthetic. I love the feel. I love the dark, high fantasy themes that From Software brings, but I had sworn them off. When From Software said open world, I said, okay, this is going to be my last one I try. I'm glad I did, because I think going forward, all open world From Software games I will be into. Again, however, it is still a risk for somebody who is on the fence, because it's still Souls. You get into the dungeon tight areas, it turns into a regular old Dark Souls game all over again. But there's a lot more to discover. The world is gigantic. It is unbelievable in scale. There is so much to see, so much to do, that I think you can find enjoyment if you're open to the experience. But again, if it's not, if it's somebody like you already know you have zero patience, zero tolerance for getting one-shotted or having to try bosses over and over and over again, then you know what? Save your money. There's plenty of other games out there for you to enjoy. Stay in your safe zone and just go. I mean, again, there's so many games out there to do. But again, if you feel the inkling that you want to, you're watching videos like Steel said, and it's like, hey, this does kind of appeal to me, I would say take the leap of faith and try it. That's what I would say, because I think you're going to discover something that you do love about this game. That's where I'm at with it.
100%. I think that was beautifully said, for sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this day in gaming segment.
Make me feel old.
Make Pong feel old. That's what we're here to do.
Get off my lawn. Paul AMC, good to see you.
Boy. All
Joe
right.
Dunmore, good to see you, sir. Thanks for dropping in here. Yes, always good to see you in here, sir.
He says, I don't think I'm into Souls games. Never played one, but FOMO is starting to get the best of me.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Again,
it's so hard. There's no right answer with this one. There's none. Like, some people are going to jump in, never know, and love it to death. Some people are going to jump in who have never played a Souls game and hate it to death. No, even if it is an open world, even if it is beautiful, there's just no right or wrong answer here.
Exactly.
It's really this is one of those games that's like completely personal. Like, man, you just got to try it, or you just got to say, nope, I know myself, and walk away. One of those two.
And that's what gamers should be about, man. Again, that's where the fun factor comes in, right? Hey, Muppet, thank you. Muppet 1169, man. Come, I've been trying to tell Pong this. He don't want to hear it. Again, he keeps up with the big boys. He be up there catching bodies too. I don't know why he always downplays himself, but Muppet, maybe you need to send him a postcard or something to let him know that. You like the way I say postcard,
a postcard, right? A postcard.
Yeah.
Now you're talking old, Steel.
See? I had to make sure. I had to make sure that something's gonna be accessible to you.
Yeah, something I recognize. Thanks, Steel.
There you go.
I appreciate it. See what I get, Muppet. See. All right.
Oh God. Oh, that's funny.
Pony Express. Send him a Pony Express.
That's so fucking funny. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're starting in this day in gaming, March 5th, 1993. Super Nintendo dropped Albert Odyssey in Japan. Not familiar with that game, but nice. NES released Bubble Bobble Part 2 in Japan.
Bubble Bobble, one of the greatest games of all time. Look, little dinosaurs. You gotta you spit out the bubbles and capture the guys, and you got to pop them, and that's how you kill them. And then there's fruits involved. Me and my sister put so much time in the Bubble Bobble on NES, man. It's ridiculous, man. Love that game.
Pong went to school with Jesus, confirmed.
Yeah, he was a good dude, man. He was a good dude. He let me cheat off his tests. It was awesome.
Y'all are stupid. Y'all are fucking stupid. Y'all get wild here. Also in 1993, Super Nintendo released Metal Max 2 in Japan. Then in 2001, PlayStation 2 released The Bouncer. Ooh.
Oh, The Bouncer, underrated game. Square Enix, people slandered that game when it first came out in the magazines back in the day, but it wound up being one of those really cult classics. The Bouncer was awesome, man.
Nice. I know this was probably going to be your favorite. 2003 PC release. Do you like horny bunnies? No, that wasn't it.
I'm not even giving you a response on that, sir. I'm not.
I've never heard of that.
I'm not entertaining that whatsoever.
Okay.
If it's not beach volleyball, then we're not going to talk about it.
Okay. Gotcha. You stupid. Then in 2004, PlayStation 2 released Detonator. All right. Then Game Boy Advance released River City Ransom EX and Taiketsu Ultra Hero in Japan.
Okay.
They say I got people in the chat saying the Bouncer was lit back in the day.
See, Dragon Art Yobi coming through. See, that man knows what's up.
See,
and Shizno. See, you guys know. Absolutely.
That's what makes
underrated.
It great. See, exactly.
Yep.
Then 2007. March 5th, you had PlayStation 2 come out with Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories. I remember that. That's crazy.
Heck yeah. It was great. Fantastic.
Good shit. Shit.
Yep. Back when I was still enjoying Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah. Vice City was a classic. Then on PC, you had Titan Quest Immortal Throne.
Titan Quest. Look, Titan Quest is a AA action RPG that just fell through the cracks because, again, there's so many action RPGs out there, Diablo clones, whatever you want to call them.
Right.
Titan Quest is actually really good, and they got a bunch of expansions for it too. It was just on sale last week. Yeah, it's a good game. It's not top tier or anything, but it's a good game for sure.
Okay, nice.
A time waster. Yep.
Then on DS, you had Wario, Master of Disguise. All right.
Okay. Good old Wario.
2009 DS released Seventh Dragon in Japan. Then also they released on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 Resident Evil 5 in Japan. Resident Evil 5 was a good Resident Evil. I like that's one of my
a lot
favorite.
of people go back and look at that and say it was better than expected, but that was kind of the downfall of Resident Evil.
Think so? I like 5.
After four was such a watermark for them, bro. 5 could never live up to 4, right? So kind of started the downward trend. 5 and 6 was kind of where it was.
5 and 6 I thought were good. 2012 PlayStation 3 released Mass Effect 3.
We already know.
I can't say enough about Mass Effect, man. If you haven't played Legendary Edition, definitely go play it.
Definitely go play it.
2013 PlayStation 3 released Altair Aisha, The Alchemist of Dusk.
Good series. Altair. Good series. Good JRPGs. Not great, not fantastic, but they're good. They're very good.
Definitely, that's what I've heard. Then on 3DS, you got Castlevania, Lords of Shadow, Mirror of Fate. Again, Castlevania games are good, fucking classics.
Lords of Shadow, it was divisive at the time because of the style change, but
Right.
man, you go back and play them, backwards compatible. Still great to go back and play Lords of Shadow, especially the first one. The second one wasn't the greatest, but the first one was awesome. Really good game.
And then PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 3. Shout out to Naruto, man. That was a great game. Then on PC, Sim City was released.
Of course. Always releasing.
Then on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, you had a Tomb Raider.
Which were good. They weren't great, but they were good. The remakes are obviously a lot better, but that was still good back in the day.
They were heading in the right direction at that time.
Yep.
That's for sure. Then in 2015, 3DS released Etrian Mystery Dungeon in Japan.
I've talked about this, Steel. Etrian Odyssey, man. Dungeon crawler, old school character design. It's hard as hell. It's a Souls-like dungeon crawler, Steel.
Wow.
I'm just saying. But no, Etrian Odyssey is one of those titles I'd love to see come to the big consoles instead of just being on handheld. Great dungeon crawlers. Love them.
Yeah, that's dope. Okay. And then in 2019, you had PlayStation 4 released Left Alive. I remember seeing that. Yep. Then in 2020, you had Nintendo Switch release Murder by Numbers. And with that quietness right there, I'm going to say this is your This Day in Gaming segment.
Were you actually honestly expecting me to say something about a Switch game? Murder by Numbers?
Thought you were excited.
Really?
Thought you were excited.
Bro.
I heard it was a cult classic.
That's on you, man.
I heard it was a cult classic. Nah, I know. I was fucking around. But real quick, he said, Muppet says, at Pong Soul, I had a few beers before I joined in honor of Steel saying organic. I feel like I don't say organic that often, but I started saying it because people were being petty about saying it.
It's part of your spiel.
Is it part of my
spiel? You got
spiel?
it down. Yeah, it comes out naturally. Yeah, it does.
Well, I mean, hey, when it's true, I guess you can't go wrong.
And yes, Fahim, I do like organic tea. Yes.
Organic tea, it depends. I heard the mushroom. Tea. I heard the mushroom teas were pretty good. I want to try those out. I think that'll be a good time, but I guess we'll find out. With that being said, hey, it's organic. I heard the mushroom tea was good.
Yeah, that's all that matters. Is organic.
I heard it was good.
Organic growth is always good. It's the only way. The only way, Steel. It's the only way.
I would hope so. I'd hope so. That could go in many different directions. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, he said, now I've had too many beers. Oh, man. Hey, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here on a Saturday morning, going into your afternoon with Living Splitscreen. Everybody that is still here, much love to y'all. Again, you're a big reason that we just keep coming back to do this, other than, again, if you can't tell, even on a week, no puns intended, we are here. It was a week. You know what I'm saying? So you put a little bit more dramatic pause. It makes it better. But it was a soft week. There wasn't much news that came out this week. Elden Ring just continuing to kill it again. Yeah. That's going to be me for Lord knows how long. But with that being said, again, thank you for being here. Audio listeners, again, if you can, definitely rate us. Let us know that you're loving us. If not, let us know that you hate us so we can see where we need to adjust some things and change some things. Other than that, much love. Thank you for being here. You can find me, Steel Rain, otherwise known as Steel Rain. The T is a 7 anywhere, whether that be Google, Facebook, Twitter, PlayStation, Xbox. If it has a search bar, type that in. You will more than likely find me. Hit me up in the DMs. Let's chop up. Let's have a conversation. Let's get some gaming in. Again, I don't have all the answers, and I do have some weird times that I do end up gaming. But when I do end up getting on, it is more than likely for quite some time. So with that being said, again, I'm Mr. Live Raw in the Cut himself. And look forward to seeing everybody here. Mr. Organic Live Raw Not Cut. No, but definitely looking to see everybody here next Saturday, where we're going to be giving you that episode 48 58. We're a few away from getting to the 52. Again, that'll be 52 weeks of us doing Living Splitscreen and concluding season 1. Again, going into season 2, the numbers are going to change. They're just going to climb. But I do like doing it based off of, you know, like a year 1, then year 2 kind of thing. I think that'll be super dope for us to do so. Other than that, much love and appreciation. Pong, lead the people to victory and let them know where they can find you at, man.
Yeah, what a freaking great episode. Again, what a time just to be alive and experiencing gaming as a hobby. I just have so much excitement, even on the slow weeks. Like you said, Steel, we just still come here and find a way to just have conversations that just go beyond. And it's something that, again, unplanned, but it's because of how much we love this. And like I said, man, right now, even on the slow weeks, it's still exciting. There's still stuff going on, right? And there's still stuff to be talked about. Elden Ring has taken over the community. And it was unexpected, like we talked about earlier, but here we are, and we have, you know, hour-long conversations about Elden Ring, even though we had an hour-long conversation last week about Elden Ring. Yeah. It's just stuff like that happens throughout the week. So love being here each and every week. Thank you for all you do, brother, and chat, all of you for coming out and seeing us and listening to us and joining in the conversation as we go about this each and every Saturday. So nothing but love and respect for all of you over and over again. I will say it again. I'm a big energy guy. And we forget that we need to say those things out loud a lot of times in life, but I'm going to continue to say it here because I mean it. So thank you for joining us on Living Splitscreen, episode 47 in the books. Look, Pong Soul, Xbox, Twitter, follow me. I'll follow you back. Not around as much as I used to be, again, during the pandemic, during the heart of the pandemic, for sure. I mean, I was everywhere at that time. I was in all chats. I was everywhere. That's how I kind of started this whole thing. But now real life is getting back to more normal. And so work is taking over again. But I get to come here each and every week and do this. So follow me. Otherwise, obviously tonight, like I said earlier, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Join us there. If you want to hear more Gran Turismo talk, for sure, Fuzzy will be there live with myself and PTK. We're going to have a great time tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time, the Shop Podcast. End your Saturday night right with great conversation. Join us. And then obviously Tuesdays, normally on my Xbox Factor podcast. I wasn't on this last week because of real life. I'm not going to be on this week because of real life as well. I think this is the first time I've ever had 2 weeks in a row where I haven't been on Xbox Factor podcast, but please show up, join Double Barrel Gaming. Of course, you are probably already know, but Mr. Boomstick has one of the best channels out there in this community. Mav will be there if he can. Archimedes is always there. Boxenberger is there. Obviously, Mr. Joanna Dark is there now. And VJ has joined the Xbox Factor podcast. Great people, great conversations. Boomstick knocks it out of the park. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time on Tuesday. So show up for the Xbox Factor. Next Thursday, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. That's right, 2-man show just like this, unless we have a guest. But normally it's just me and Mav talking about topics. So join us over on Fun Speculations channel. Always a great night. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, PM in the PM. Then Xbox Ultimate, we didn't have one last night because real life got to Mav and Caitlin. So that's what happens, right? But Xbox Ultimate Friday nights back on Fun Speculations channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Again, never know where the conversation is going to go. Never know who we're going to have for guests. We could talk about food for 20 minutes. Who knows? Like, we go left all the time, but it's a fun atmosphere there. So join Xbox Ultimate on Friday nights. And then otherwise, I'll be back here next week. Keep your eyes and ears open. There's stuff behind the scenes that Steele and I are kind of working on. Who knows? We might come to fruition here. Might have some specials coming up, but keep your eyes and ears open. Obviously, we'll let you all know about it if something does go down. Otherwise, it is the golden age of gaming. You're hearing that phrase more and more from different people in this community. I kind of love it, right? Don't know where they got it from, but guess what? It's happening. It's cool. It's great because it is a time to celebrate. And the more people that realize that, the better it is for everybody. Let's get that positive energy up. Let no one steal your hype. Don't let the clown show come ruin your day. Mute, block, whatever you got to do. Protect your energy. Keep enjoying what's happening right now in your favorite hobby and our favorite hobby, because This is the moment in time we all dreamt about. Actually, I don't even think we could have dreamt about it at this point. This is huge. Play what you love what you play. I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Have a great rest of your weekend. Later, all.
Much love. Y'all staying easy. Stay blessed. Stay godly. Take care of yourselves out there, because if you don't, no one else will. Stay easy, y'all. See y'all next week.